Good evening, friends. Welcome live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. We are here for another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Slant Golf tonight, of course. It has become kind of rare that we actually fly an aircraft under Slant Alpha equipment codes on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel anymore. But yeah, it's the BAe-146 from JustFlight. We are really mixing our metaphors this evening. We're going to fly a regional trip from Twin Falls, Idaho, down to Denver International Airport, and then on out to Lincoln, Nebraska. We're going to fly it as SkyWest 5514, although from here to Denver is actually operated, well, there actually is not a here to Denver in the real world. There's a here to Salt Lake City that's operated by Delta Connection, flying as SkyWest. Of course, they're not flying the BAe-146. And then from Denver to Lincoln, I believe, is United Express. Don't have a United Express livery for this aircraft, so Continental Express is as close as we could get. So we're flying as SkyWest, but we're flying the Continental livery, and we're doing a trip that is done by a mix of Delta and United. So, so what the heck ever, man. It's fiction. We get to make it up as we go, and we're going to have a good little two-hopper tonight. It's the Denver Live event. We go to VATUSA.net, and we go under, well, here it is. There's the banner. But if you ever want to know what events are happening within VATUSA, go to Pilot Tools and Events Calendar, and then you can see down here on the 29th of May, Denver Live. So a live event, at least in VATUSA parlance, and most of the way around the world in VATSIM, but a live event in VATUSA parlance means that a bunch of the controllers from the Denver ARTCC are gathering up in person somewhere to provide air traffic control services. So they are all gathered up together. It might be a hotel ballroom. It might be a room at the airport somewhere. It might be who knows? It could be a number of places. ZDC's has always been in a private residence, and then last year it was in an airport maintenance hangar. So, kind of be anywhere that any one of their members is able to secure as a location for hosted in Lakewood, Colorado, but we don't know where specifically. But anyway, so yeah, they're all gathering up in person to staff up Denver, and you can see that they've got good amount of staffing all ready to go for us. The neighbors, as almost always happens on our Friday night ops event, the neighbors are staffed up. We've got Salt Lake City, we've got Minneapolis. They're going to be providing our services on our second hop tonight, if they're still on by then. Kansas City is up, and Albuquerque is all staffed up to go as well. So yeah, Twin Falls, Idaho, down to Denver, and then Denver out to Lincoln, Nebraska will be our second one. So there we go. We got our first leg plotted here on VATSIM radar. Here it is on Sky Vector. We can go to the World High. And it's pretty much the Snake 03, almost like an obstacle departure out to the west. And then we're going to arc around here to the point Mirth, and then on to our route. And then we've got the Flatty arrival into Denver. Don't really know which direction. We're kind of guessing 16s, as the wind is all 150. Very gusty winds in Denver, as Regen Road Trip has popped into the channel ready to point out. But here at Twin Falls, not much better. It's 250 at 20, gusting to 27 here at Twin Falls. Matter of fact, the METAR a moment ago, if you look at what I pulled up on VPilot, the winds was not even included. It was accidentally omitted. So I was looking at this one just to our east at Burley, Idaho, and 270 at 11, gusting to 20 there. But yeah, definitely 20 gusting to 27 here where we are now. So yeah, it's a little windy all throughout the region, at least so far, at least this side of the journey, and we'll see how our arrival into Lincoln goes. I haven't checked the weather there, but obviously you can see on Sky Vector we got pretty good precipitation around the path of our first leg as well. It looks like once we get out east of Denver, we got a line of thunderstorms that we might be racing out to Lincoln. Depending on how quickly they're moving, we'll probably end up ahead of them for our, here's Lincoln out here. We'll probably end up ahead of this main line, but some ancillary cells as well throughout. So we've got some stormy summer weather to contend with the entire evening, I would say. But anyway, let's get to it. We are I'm going to go ahead and hop in the aircraft and get started here. Let me get my flow list. We got the wheel chocks on already. We can go ahead and open up forward passenger, forward cargo, and aft cargo. Let's go to the yoke and let's get battery switches on. And we can get the nav lights on as well. Let's jump up top. Let's get the logo lights on. No smoking signs on. Cabin emergency lights armed. Avionics masters on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brake fans can go to auto. Anti-skid and lift spoilers on, even though it won't show on until we've powered up the other parts of the aircraft, but at least we're going to get the switch there. Alright, and then let's move down to the second part of the power-up checklist, down on the bottom panel. Bottom half of the panel, I should say. Bus ties can come on. Standby inverter and generator can go to armed. The APU gen switch can go to on. The left inner fuel tank, center tank transfer to auto. And then we'll go ahead and start that APU. Ruby the Juice is here. Hey, what's going on, Ruby? Waiting for that APU to come up. We should hear the electric relay switch over once it's got enough RPMs to provide power. We'll hear some systems kick on. Just about now. There we go. APU air, pack number 1. The galley switch. And flight deck emergency lights to armed. Alright, down here on the main panel, master warning knobs already out. Nav radios can come on. DME can go on. Nav radio 2 on. Ooh, was that already on? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Then down here on the center pedestal, or I'm sorry, lower panel, COM 1 on, COM 2 on. ADF1, ADF2, and then both of the FMC entry points. Then we can go down to the bottom. Now we go to the pedestal, and transponder can be turned into transponder mode. I already got my code. We can just punch that in now, I guess. 7740. I'm always nervous about putting ones in that start with 77. Yaw damper power can come on. But it also looks like I put that in the wrong... I put those 3 data points in the wrong sheet here. Let me move those over to 1. Take those off in number 2. Back to the flow list. Okay, so, yep, yaw damper on, brake temp monitor on, and we are good to go. Alright, up here to the tablet. Let us... 8167. No. Sorry, 2400. $2,400. Yeah, 8167 is the fuel. Let's just go ahead and do instant refueling. Okay, good. I forgot to select instant, but it was already set that way. That's good. We'll just go 80 passengers. 2400, 2400. We'll start boarding via the jetway, and I think a 10-minute boarding is fine. Alright, with that underway, we've got our flight plan filed. We do not have a clearance yet. And we do have center here. It looks like this sector is position 44, 25,575. So let's tune that in here. And see if we can go ahead and grab a clearance.
United 146, Alexander, you with me?
Alright, altimeters, while I'm waiting to see if anybody's going to answer that. 2981. Well, let's do the updated METAR since it obviously did change. 2982 now. Alright, so I'll get that dialed in times 3. And then I'll give a yell to see if we can get our IFR clearance. 2982, and then one more time over here. Oh, field elevation 4153, but I do want to make sure I set the... I want live weather on, but I do want it, you know, kind of... backed up so that we can land in daylight. Alright, SkyWest 5514, and we don't have an ATIS, but we do have the weather. And let's see if we can get our IFR clearance to Denver. Salt Lake Center, SkyWest 5514 at Twin Falls with the weather, IFR to Denver. I keep wanting to say Twins Falls.
Salt Lake Center, Roger, welcome. Clear to the Denver Airport. Snagos 3, departure, Mirth, transition, then as filed. Climb maintain 13,000, excuse me, climb maintain 9,000, expect flight level 270, 10 minutes after departure. Departure will be with me in squawk 7740.
Roger, clear to Denver Airport, Snake 03 departure, Mirth transition, then as filed. We'll maintain 9,000, expecting 270 in 10 minutes. Departure is 12557, squawk 7740 for SkyWest 5514.
SkyWest 5514, a readback is correct. Twin Falls currently departing 26 here. You can expect that for departure. Twin Falls altimeter 2982.
Alright, 2982, we got the weather. We'll expect 26. We'll call you in a few. SkyWest 5514. Okay, so nothing unusual. We can go about getting that entered into. Let's see, altimeter set, field elevation verified, comm radio set, IFR clearance obtained, and then let's go ahead and get this punched in. On the left-hand side, it's KTWF. Enter. Yep, Magic Valley Regional. I love it. Snacko 3 or Snako 3. So let's go to menu and departures and runway 26. Enter, and it is the Snako 3. The Mirth. Enter. Put that in the flight plan. Got some helper points because it's an arc. And we could fly it conventionally if we wanted to, but we do have some helper points in the FMC to kind of make that point, that arc work. So we'll go ahead and let that do that. Then after point 10, we go to Mirth, and then after Mirth, it is MLD. Malad City, yeah, north and west, correct. Malad City, Malad City, not sure which. And then it's OCS. Rock Springs, again, north and west, good. And then it's M. Jane and Denver. I'm going to just make an assumption. We know that the winds are kind of out of the south. I'm going to make an assumption that they're going to land us. We're coming from the west. I figure we'll land on the westmost runway, probably. 16 right, but that's not necessarily true. I don't know. We'll just put that in as our best guess for right now. Oops. And accept. I mean, Denver's got the capability to land on 3 runways at once, so who knows? We might end up on a 17 right, but
Yeah, so like good afternoon.
we'll just assume 16 right for now until we're told something different. But let's go ahead and put in the arrivals.
1048 Salt Lake Center, Roger. Is 370 going to be your final cruise?
Yeah,
16 right, yeah, we'll just assume 16 right for now.
United 1014,
It's the
Roger.
flat
Thank you. Be
E5.
advised, areas of moderate to heavy precipitation starting now.
From the point
And
M,
extending
Jane.
for approximately 62 miles
And
along your route of flight. Let me know if you need
We'll
deviation.
assume the ILS is 16 right.
Copy, thank you.
And where are we taking that from? Oops, I didn't mean to close that. It's the first continuation
United
gauge.
1787 Salt Lake Center, Roger. Welcome. Have a reroute for you. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Where's copy? 710.
United 1787 cleared to the Denver Airport. Present position. Right turn direct.
Tishner.
Tango.
So do we have
and then
an
camper,
approach
and then the
transition from
arrival
Tishner?
in
Actually,
Denver.
let's just open up 16 right ILS while we're at it, even though this is just a guess. Yeah, we do have one from Tishner. So we'll put that in as our best guess, although we know that is likely to change. And we'll put that into the flight plan, and let's just go and check the legs.
Tango Charlie Hotel VOR, then
After
direct
Tishner,
camper for the Longs arrival.
skims, and CU. Okay, yep. All right, so we got all the points in as we expect, but we just don't know for sure whether that's going to be
And
what we
United
end up getting.
1787 read back is
So
correct.
we'll put nav over on the left, put flight plan over on the right. We've got the follow there from David G. David G. 1960. Welcome, good to see you. Thank you very kindly for the follow.
Frontier 3406.
All right, so nav
Roger.
system is set.
Welcome aboard.
First
no red
waypoint
reports
is
currently up
indeed
there.
armed and verified.
We're gonna
We
have
got the
areas of weather
squawk
probably
set. We
starting
got
in
the
about 20
transponder
minutes.
mode. Did I put it into TA and RA already? No, transponder mode rather. Yes, I did. Okay, very good. All right, well then let's go up to the front panel. On this departure, we said the initial altitude was going to be 9.
Bengal 61, contact Salt Lake Center now on 135.77. Have a good day.
So get that set. If we get the flight directors on, it'll allow us to arm that altitude. And then the initial heading
Contact Salt Lake Center,
is a 255 to Snako. So we'll put the heading mode into, yeah, we'll put the heading bug on 255, but we also know
United 373, negative 33133.77. Have a good day.
the 255, but we also know we're going to be in RNAV mode, and we are going to start in
Got it. For United.
with LNAV armed.
1514, contact Salt Lake Center 132.4. Have a good day.
Because this is a pilot nav departure. There's no, like, expect vectors. We're going to take off, and we're going to join that line. So
American 514, contact Salt Lake Center 132.4. Have a good day.
there's an American 514. I'm going to have to be very careful not to answer up for that. Or SkyWest 5514. This time. I definitely have been American 514 before. There's somebody else recently that I've noticed in the front end at ops event that uses 514 a lot. But it is what it is. I don't have rights to reserve that. All right, how far through the boarding process are we? 1 more minute, it looks like. Plan to be off the blocks in about 9 minutes. I think we're doing fine. It looks like if we can push but not end up on Alpha, we don't need permission for that. Iowa Scotsman is here. Iowa Scotsman, welcome. Okay. Let's verify we're showing brake pressure. We are good. That means we can pull the wheel chocks as well. Elevator trim can be set. We're just going to click on the center of gravity. We should watch this wheel to make sure that it moves, and it does. Go ahead and get our oxygen systems on since we're now sealed up. Go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs on. Cabin pressure to be set to 27,000. Okay, so the inside cabin pressure to 7,000, more or less, a little bit more, 7,100 or thereabouts. It looks like. Get the ice detection on and guarded. We'll get the engine anti-ice on just for the startup process, and then let's come down here and set up our thrust management system. Let's start with 740 and see how that goes. We can go ahead and put the power on and put it into takeoff mode. The temp here is 23, not 25. So 89.6, and we're at 90,000 pounds. So let's go ahead and set the bugs for flaps 18, and we are good to go. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Denver. We are due to push back here in about 6 minutes, which should be pretty much on time. Wheels up expected to be right about quarter till the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 30 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you. The departure weather here is showing the mid-70s with very, very gusty winds and a few cloud layers to climb through. We do expect it will be very, very bumpy on departure, so we do ask we get you buckled in and maybe tighten that seatbelt one extra notch for us, as we do expect it will be just a little bit rocky and rolly on our way up. Hopefully once we get up to 27,000 we'll find some nice smooth air to cruise to Denver in for you. Welcome aboard. We will get underway shortly, and thank you again for flying with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Denver. Okay. Let's get our pushback set up. And again, if we're not pushing onto Alpha, we shouldn't need clearance to push. Let's just see how much room we have. Yeah, it looks like we can remain on the ramp here if we push out to the right. Did that? Okay, there we go. Push out to the left, rather, to my left. Okay, we can see all that in the diagram. So if we push out this way, then we should not need to get clearance on that. All right, pushback tug is connecting. Go ahead and get our beacon light on. We can jump up top and get our pack 1 turned off. Get the rest of the fuel pumps on. And we can get the start master on. And we'll get ready to start number 4. Holy cow, we've got a kitty monster stopping in there. We'll go ahead and release our parking brake and release our hold. And there we are. We are moving.
No ride
Let's
reports
start with
down there today. Let me know if you have any.
Start with the number 4. We're going to wait until it gets up to about 2% in terms of the turbine speed. Okay, there we go. Engine's turning. Let's get the fuel dumped in. See that start to come up. Turbine gas temp start to come up. And then once this gets through 10, it'll really go. Once it gets through 13, the red light will come off, and we'll start on the next one.
35.77, 35.77, see ya.
35.77, United 547.
All right, there it goes. Now it's taking off.
Ground calling for clearance. Go ahead. Okay, Roger. Billings, you're going to be looking for Salt Lake Center 135.77. See ya. Have a good one.
Okay, push is done. 2% in. Fuel coming in. You'll be overflying Lincoln? Okay, Miguel will be nice and cleared. Yeah, that'll be the second leg that we head out there. Alright, through 10 it really starts to go. Through 13, red light will come off. There we are. Number 2, fire away. Okay, 2%. Yeah, Denver is always super busy, but with it being their live event, we decided to embrace the chaos and go ahead and give them some traffic. At least that was my thought. Okay, through 10, that should really start to surge upward. There it goes. Yeah, right as it comes through 13. Red light comes off, and we can go on to our fourth and final. 4321, normal startup order for this aircraft. Just got the PMDG DC-6 back and reinstalled. Announcement came out from PMDG just within the last couple days that the aircraft is now fully formally released and supported in VATSIM 2024. So that was exciting news. Got a little bit of time in today to set up some of the controls, so I'll be ready to fly it for you. We're reserving Wednesday's stream, June the 3rd, to get back into that aircraft. Although that will be more of a config and test flight. We'll probably just be messing around with control assignments most of the night, and then maybe we'll do a short hop toward the end. All right, start selector off, start master off. We can get the engine anti-icing off, we can get the generators on, screen and probe heats on, we get the packs on, and as we jump up top we can get hydraulic pumps on, and then we can get AC and PTU pumps on. I think that's it in the flow. I hope I got everything there. Yeah, I think so. Let's go ahead and reset our standby horizon. There we go. We can set flaps for departure. We can do a control surface check. We got gauges for the ailerons right there next to the flap indicator, but we don't have gauge for the elevator or for the rudder, so we would have somebody outside, give us a thumbs up that those are all working as they should be. Flaps are almost out to 18. Master warning knob should come off and go back to the middle position. We can reset the master warning. If we release the parking brake, that should clear up all of our warning panel. And we can hit the center knob there for a config check, and everything is looking good. Alright, if we're departing runway 26, well then we're facing the correct direction, so straight ahead on Alpha is our expected taxi.
Salt Lake Center, Delta 1198, checking in at 350.
Delta 1198, Salt Lake Center, roger, welcome, have an amendment, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Alright, I think we're ready.
We are ready to copy Delta 1198.
Okay, Delta 1198, clear to Salt Lake Airport.
J-Foot 709 is here. J-Foot, welcome. Good to see you.
Salt Lake landing noise, you can expect runway 35.
After Milford, after Milford cleared the Queen 6 arrival, expect runway 35, Delta 1198.
1198, thank you, read back correct.
Center Skywest 5514 at Twin Falls, ready to taxi out of the main terminal.
Skywest 5514, runway 26, taxi via Alpha.
26 via Alpha, Skywest 5514. Okay, no surprises.
Hello, Center, United 142, flight level 370.
United 142, Salt Lake Center. Welcome there. Have a reroute, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we are rolling. Taxi light is on. Minimum departure fuel 4,400 kilograms, so it should be 22 in each, and we've got plenty.
United 142, clear to the Denver Airport, present position, direct. M. Jane, Mike, Juliet, Alpha, November, Echo, then the Flatty 5 arrival.
The same thing we filed, so I guess that's good. If they're rerouting people onto that, that's the way they want us coming in.
And United 142, clear to Denver.
Brake check.
Right turn direct MJ, and then
Okay,
the
good.
5 arrival.
Weather radar can come on. 3 notches up there.
United 142, present.
Alright, and then we'll get up to the whole short. We got transponder,
And direct
cabin crew,
arrival.
continuous ignition, and lights.
United 142, read that correct.
Let's go ahead and get over onto the center line of the taxiway here. 160 scheduled arrivals into Denver. Well,
Contact Salt Lake Center 13.
they are one airport that can handle that kind of volume.
132.4, 142.
Mitty's already giving vectors for spacing. Oh, fun. Alright, we're going to get off a couple minutes early. Salt Lake Skywest 5514 is rolling up on 26 at Twin Falls. We're ready.
Skywest 5514, what's your estimated time over Snaggle?
Stand by, I'll get that for you. Flight plan.
Frontier 3406, be advised areas of moderate to heavy precipitation starting 20 miles, extending for 5 miles along your route of flight. Let me know if you need deviation.
Roger, Frontier Flight 3406.
Center Sky was 5514. Which point were you asking for? Was it Snacko?
Yep, Snaggle.
Uh, 10.
Frontier 3981 Salt Lake Center, Roger. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, you already got cleared to do the jazz. Frontier 3981, cross Spain, add and maintain 15,000 Salt Lake, altimeter 29er, 79er.
250 divided by 60 for... so Center Sky was 6514. It'll be 2.5 minutes after wheels up.
Sky 6514, thank you. Twin Falls, wind currently 240 at 20, gust 27, runway 26, cleared for takeoff.
Alright, clear for takeoff 26, Sky 5514. I don't know that I've been asked that before. Strobes, landing lights. Let's get the turn off lights on.
Last column, stay again.
Salt Lake Panther 624.
Continuous ignition. Okay, a couple things I forgot there because I got thrown off by the question.
And Panther 624, Salt Lake Center, Roger, welcome. No ride reports down there. You'll probably have good rides for about the next 30 minutes, and then...
Might be that they don't have radar coverage here. He has to ask how long to expect us. Might be that their radar might not reach all the way to the ground here. Interesting stuff. Alright, well, we are clear for takeoff. We'll spin the engines up, make sure that there's no vibrations or warnings. And takeoff power coming at you.
Speed alive, both sides.
Overshot the takeoff power just a little bit.
JetBlue 133, be advised, areas of moderate precipitation, moderate to
80
heavy
knots, cross
precipitation
check.
starting
Okay.
Power
now
set,
and extending for
N1
5 miles along your route of flight.
So
Let me know if
forward
you
pressure
need
until we get the 80 knot call, and we're going to release that forward pressure.
Frontier 3981, areas of moderate precipitation starting at 52 miles and extending along the remainder of your route of flight. Heavy precipitation
V1.
just north of your flight path. Let me know if you need deviation.
Rotate.
Okay, we are rotating. $4,100 was the 4,100 is the field elevation, so we're going to hold that bubble speed until we get up to 5,100, and then we'll lower the nose. Okay, we did get the gear up on the positive rate. Okay, now at 5,100 we can lower the nose. We got maximum continuous. We'll pitch. Maintain a vertical speed. Okay, flight plans on that side, nav's on that side. $250. Center sky was 5514 is 6,000 for 9,000.
Sky 5514, Roger, report 9,000.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't have radar coverage. Interesting. Nice little procedural quirk here. Meantime, I'm going to reduce the climb rate so I can get the speed up. Flaps in. It's going to re-pitch me to that 500. Speed's going to come up. Where'd I come up with the time? No, I knew it was a 10. It was a 10 DME from the VOR, so I estimated the amount of time it would take me to cover 10 miles at 250 knots.
Salt Lake Center, gate Andrea, 1604, 410.
United 1604, Salt Lake Center, Roger, welcome to Mach.
Mach 8, request point 8 train.
Okay, Roger, thank you.
Yeah, it's turning us the wrong way. Alright, so we're going to tune 113.1. And we just got to fly a 10-mile arc on our own here. We got the raid from SpyFlight.
Charlie, can I get afternoon, United 301 level 410, overhead M4.
United 301 forward center, roger, too much.
It's currently 0.83, about 83 at the moment, United 301.
United 301, roger.
Charlie, hello, upjet 901, flight level 450.
Upjet 901, forward center, roger.
Hang on, I got my hands full. We're going to hand fly this departure because the FMC is not doing it right.
United 1048, contact calling center 135.77, have a good day.
Southwest Center, Southside 1198.
Level 1198, calling center, go ahead.
Where can we expect that descent?
Level 1198, cross frenzy, I maintain 15,000.
So hang on, we got to rejoin this 10-mile arc here by hand. Thank you very kindly for the raid, SpyFlight. Everybody coming over from the SpyFlight raid. Hope that Jill had a good one. We just departed Twin Falls, Idaho, heading out to Denver. And the FMC is not flying this procedure correctly, so I'm now going to rejoin a 10-mile arc around to the left. And then we'll get back into that UNS-1 and see where we can rejoin the procedure.
Phenom 5169 Kilo, Salt Lake Center, roger. No ride reports up that high today. It should be smooth, let me know if it's not.
It'll be a 97 outbound from Yes, our sky was 5514. Sorry, we are rejoining that 10-mile arc. FMC didn't fly it right, so we grabbed it. But we are at 900,000.
Sky 5514, Salt Lake Center, roger. Radar contact, climb maintain, fly with 270. You can turn right direct Malad VOR when able. If you need a vector, I can give that to you as well.
Just a vector to get us pointed in the right direction, then we can take it from there.
Solid City, Center. I'm hoping I'm on the right frequency now. 1456 with you, but 32 different.
Sky 5514, turn right, heading 100. When able, proceed direct Malad VOR.
Okay, 100, then direct Malad, fly up to 270. Sky 5514. Alright, so 100. Let's get the aircraft back into climb power. Once it grabs 250, we'll arm the altitude and get it into speed mode.
Roger. Areas of moderate precipitation starting out, continuing for approximately 20 miles along your route flight with no deviation.
Okay, so we got the altitude, and then we got the heading set to 100, and then now let's get ourselves pointed to Malad. So yeah, it put in all these little helper fixes, but it did not fly it correctly. Anyway, let's go direct to 11. Enter. All right, and then let's just go ahead.
Currently at your 10 o'clock on 48 miles northbound, flight level 390, a Phenom jet.
Okay, in the meantime, we're through 10,000. We can get the forward-facing lights off. Those off. Continuous ignition can come off. The engine air can come on. APU air can come off. APU can come off. And then the PTU and AC pump can come off.
Vectors for sequence into Denver. Unfortunately, yours is slow, so it's accurate, so you got to go on back. Frontier 1094, turn left, hitting 030, vector sequence. You can expect probably about 10 minutes on this heading and then direct Bonneville for...
Okay, so we got some ice detection. We're also through 10,000. Let's do a pressurization check. Looks like the cabin altitude's already up at 7,000 feet, and the differential pressure is well within normal limits. So we'll check it again at 18, and then we'll check it again at cruise.
Frontier 3406,
Okay, so yeah, the FMC got down to this point Snako and then tried to turn right. So we had to kind of catch it. And
514, let me know when you're direct in the line.
we are now. Sky was 514.
Roger, thank you.
So we don't need the airport diagram. We really didn't fly the procedure well at all. Let's see how it. Let's cheat and look at how it tracked on VATSIM radar. Yeah, it started to spin us around to the right, and I grabbed it and turned it to the left, and then it wound up turning us around to the right again anyway. I thought I went around to the... Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, this was us here. Yeah, so we went out this way first. It started turning us to the right. I was like, no, we got to go left. And should have gotten us to a 10-mile ring, and then I think he just turned us direct. Okay, well, that's fine. And then the Malad VOR is here, and that's what we're tracking directly to now. All right, well, that was a bit of fun. That's one of the limitations of the UNS-1. You know, you don't get that nice nav display like you get in other places. Let's make sure we're still at 857 in the climb. We can go to 29902. 29902 on the standby. 29902 over here on the first officer side. That I had the nav and radio. No, I was trying to fly it by the FMC. And so it was. I thought we were going to fly it by the helper fixes in the FMC, so I had it in RNAV mode. But then when we switched over to heading mode, when we switched over to fly it by the heading, I didn't even change modes. I was just using heading mode, and then I was just kind of eyeballing it off of here to do the arc. So I didn't need it in a radio mode. The radio mode's not going to track an arc anyway, right? The arc is still a procedural thing that the pilot has to manage. So I didn't need it on here. I was trying to fly it off of here. Anyway, we're direct Malad now. And so we're through 18. We can make sure our pressurization is now about 2/3 of the way up to the differential, so that's to the max differential, so that's fine. And we got our standard set. Looks like we can turn off our anti-icing now. And continuous ignition can come back off. Alright, so after all that chaos, it looks like we're back on track.
Upjet 901, Power Center.
Yes, sir. Can you give me that arrival one more time? I read it back and I already forgot about it.
Upjet 901, contact Salt Lake Center 132.4. Have a good day.
Just 24 up to 901. Take care.
Alright, let's get it outside here. SkyWest 5540, probably the strangest bird you'll ever see, representing SkyWest Airlines. PhD Halo stopped in. Regen road trips is now 170 inbound to Denver, 6 to Colorado Springs. Psychic Taco says, I'd prefer to ride passenger in this over a cramped CRJ any day. Yeah, indeed. By the way, the one thing I didn't get a chance to show you guys was our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure is a side project that we do on the stream to create an image that eventually becomes the thumbnail for when we upload this to YouTube later. So we feed an image description into ChatGPT, and then once I show you guys the image, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then that gives you the opportunity to let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. In a few words, simple sentence, not a paragraph at a time, but just an incremental modification to our slant artwork adventure. Well, since we're headed into Denver, I figured I would do a selfie of me right here next to the Lucifer statue right there at the airport. So there is our starting slant artwork adventure. If you'd like to add to that image or modify it somehow, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel there, and then let me know what you'd like to do to it. Again, that's our slant artwork adventure. Is it too soon to tell? Well, let's see if we can get an ATIS, KDEN, and then probably got arrival and departure. Let's see if we got the arrival one yet. Okay. Oh, they're landing on the 3-4s. Interesting. So that means I will... Oh, the wind shifted. Last I checked, it was 1-5 something. All right, so it's 310 at 15.
Frontier 1094, turn right, heading 100 now.
Okay, so that means I'm going to expect 3-4 right, I believe. I mean, we don't really know for sure. But I am going to kind of do my own VNAV plot here.
Salt Lake City, connected AVI, South 36, J flight limit 70.
1236, Salt Lake Center, right before station, smooth for next little bit. So 5169 kilo, contact Salt Lake Center 135.77, have a good day.
135.77, thanks for your help, 69 kilo.
Alright, so what I've done, I've put all these into a chart. Hippie at 25, Folsom at 23 to 27, Boco at 21 to 25, Platy at 19 to 22, with the distances in between. The FMC is going to automatically put us at the lowest altitude the entire way in, but more fuel efficient and more fuel efficient would be a late and continuous descent rather than that kind of roller coasters, what they call dive and drive type of descent.
Be advised, aircraft similar Santa call from United 1236 on frequency. Contact Los Angeles Center on 124.62. Have a good day.
So, see if we can come up with a vertical descent plan that's a little bit more continuous.
Contact Salt Lake Center 132.4. Have a good day.
32.4, Skywest 5514.
United 1048, Salt Lake Center on frequency. 248, still here. United 1048, contact Salt Lake Center 135.77. Have a good day. 135.773.
Salt Lake Center, Skywest 5514 is 267 going to 270.
14 Salt Lake Center, good evening.
All right.
Salt Lake, object 901, Buckway.
Regen Road Trip wants to add to that image. Let me know how you'd like to do that.
Don't we have 5 away?
Greetings from the flight deck. With an update, we have reached our cruise altitude of 27,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Denver omelets. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy the trip. Should have nice, smooth sailing, and once we get into Denver, I'll give you an update on the weather situation there. But for right now, we expect smooth sailing here at 27,000 feet. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Denver.
Flight 3406, same Mach number.
Appear Flight 3406.79.
Flight 3406, able Mach flight E1 or greater.
Yeah, we're able A1 or greater from Tier Flight 3406.
Papa 31 and around Super Take off. Center Flight 3406, sorry, I did not hear your response. If you could take my flight 81, can you take it?
Yeah, we could do 81, that's the best we could do, Center Flight 3406.
Okay, Center Flight 3406, and speaking, Mach flight 81 or greater.
81 or greater, Center Flight 3406.
Salt Lake Center, good day, Southwest 190, checking in flight level 352. Southwest 198, Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Alright, let's bring it down to our cruise power of 740. Let's see how that affects where it sits on the bubble speed. We're going to set that to its centers there. Then we'll just see if it increases or decreases. It looks like it's still creeping upwards, so let's knock the power down to 720. Let's see how that does. It's still creeping upwards. 700. Settling in, or is it falling? I think it's falling. 710 might be perfect. Regen road trip. I was going to say put a Chiefs jersey on Lucifer, but if the ZDV guys are watching it, end up in a forever hold. Yeah, fair enough. I brought enough fuel for 2 legs, but not for 3. Men in Black shoving an alien into an airport shuttle bus.
Mark 20 years plus 198. 198, maintain Mark 0.879. Maintaining Mark 9er, southwest 198.
All right, Regen, I'm working on that.
31 radar contact, stay off the seat. Southwest 31, Southwest 31, for Roger, coming take 51370.
Speed's settled in pretty nicely. Check on the image in just a moment. In the meantime, assuming we end up on the 3-4s, I plotted out the distances between the points on the arrival. 25 minimum if we're going to start our descent there. 23 to 27 we're at 24.3, 21 to 25 we're at 22.5, 19 to 22 we're at 24, 16 to 19 we're at 18.4, 15 to 17 we're at 15.6, 13 or above we're at 13.6, 12 to 14 we're at 12.8, 11,000. And this is a nice continuous descent, although nice, very continuous and very gentle descent all the way down. So I think this will be what I put in as my descent plan, assuming that the fork down to Heimam is what we end up on. So I'll put those into the VNAV plan here in a little bit. In the meantime, we got the men in black shoving an alien into the bus. I did not use the name of the comic book franchise there, but I just described the people and the clothing, and it pretty much nailed it. So. All right, let's get down here, and we put our nav over here and our VNav over here. Which one am I changing? I'm changing BAe. So let's go down here. Yeah, I mean, if we just... I think if I just put in here and I skip forward to BAe. Oh, this still has the plan from our original. Oh, okay. I didn't change. Damn, my shoes is here. That's the thing. I didn't. I gotta go back. Let's go back to the flight plan. Go to menu and arrival. I gotta change it to 3-4 left for arrival. 3-4 left or 3-4 right? 3-4 right, I think. 3-4 right. Enter. .95 from Jane. Approach. ILS 3-4 right from Heimam doesn't have a transition, so if we come off of Heimam,
American $22.86, better use that.
yeah, we're just going to assume the most distant one on that side, Eldora. Jane. Tish, Hippie, Folsom, Bobco, Flatty. Eldo, Tot. Yes, back, Baba, Haimon. Okay, that's looking more sensible than vectors. Okay, very good. All right, well, now let's go to the VNAV plan. And we said we we're going to change Baba.
JustFlight 3406, contact center 135.77.
3577, JustFlight 3406. And looking for 3 correct.
23. Enter.
2286 Salt Lake Center, welcome back, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57.
We said 12.8.
12557, again,
Enter. So 11 and then Baba 12.8. But before Baba, then it's going to be back at 13.6. And then prior to back, it'll be Tot at 15.6. And prior to Tot, it'll be Eldo at 18.4. Alright, and then prior to Eldo, it'll be Flatty at 24. Man, it's not liking me entering into this.
Southwest 31, contact Salt Lake Center 125.77.
And then Boko at 22.5.
577, Southwest 31, thanks for being here.
Object 901, same loss number.
Object 901.9er.
And then prior to Boko, Folsom at 24.3.
Maintain loss 0.79.
Alright, 0.79er, object 901.
Okay, and then our target vertical speed (280 divided by 60). We're going to be doing 4.6 nautical miles a minute. 160 times.
14, contact center 135.77.
At 135.77, Skype 514. Let's just say 1,000. Nice gentle descent. Salt Lake Center sky was 5514, 270.
Skylab 5514, Salt Lake Center, hello, welcome.
So there's our updated slant artwork adventure. We got these mugging in front of the Lucifer statue and 2 guys from the Men in Black squad shoving an alien into a Denver airport shuttle bus.
Lindbergh, 1826.
Add to or modify that slant artwork adventure. You can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. They're at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you've done so, once I call your name, you can cash in. Yeah, you cash in the 500 Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. Once I see that you've done that, I call your name. And once I call your name,
24 contact Denver now, 12832, yeah. 12832, Denver, 626. 15 contact Salt Lake, contact Denver, 12832, yeah.
you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that slant artwork adventure.
Tanker 5555, wind is check home 250 at 11, Roman 19 clear line.
Yeah, coming into Denver now, so this is us just entering the eastern section of Salt Lake Center, and then MJ is right where we start along.
Climb maintain call 370, let's give me your final. 370, that's our final, gas that 7.
Start along the Flatty 5.
Left 40.
And it looks kind of like, so this stream might end up on the left runway. Us, we might end up on that center runway. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. The good news is if it's going to be landing 3-4s, the fork of the arrival doesn't change. Landing 3-4 left or right or 3-5 left, it's all on this. The only thing that changes this is if we end up on 3-5 right, we got to switch over to this fork here. So 3-5 left, we stay on this fork. 3-5 right, we shift over to that fork. I'm going to go ahead and, I mean, just to be ahead of the game, just in case, this is what we end up getting at the leftmost side. 111.1 and 353. But, you know, we'll know. We'll know that that may not be the plan. You know, we're not going to argue. We're not going to ask. Oh, wait a minute. Can we get? Oh, we got an ice detection warning here. Let's go ahead and get some anti-icing measures on, and some continuous ignition on. You know, if we get assigned something different than what we expected, we're not going to be the whiners and be like, oh, well, can you please switch us? You know, when they've got this many aircraft coming in to their airport all at once, they don't need pilots trying to have their hand held and, oh, well, I need this, well, I need that. No, just do what they ask you to do. When traffic is this busy, you just do what they ask you to do. You know, flying into a Friday night ops event that is this level of traffic, you've got to be willing to work with the controllers and not make them bend to your needs. Dusty64, Dusty64, welcome. Good to have you aboard. Okay, so I'm going to set up 3-4 right just as a best guess, but there is a very good chance we would get switched over to 3-5. I mean, we could get switched over to either one. I think the second most likely would be the center one here, which would be 3-5 right. But we'll brief this one for now, and then we'll switch if we need to. 111.1 and 353. 111.1 and 353. Whoops, that's the other way. And then if we go missed on that, it's 14.7 and 314. 14.7 and 314. So once we switch this over into conventional nav, the approach frequency and course is tuned on this set, and the missed approach frequency and course is tuned on this set. And that's what the split means. If you switch this to nav 1, both radios show what's on this side. If you switch it to nav 2, both radios show what's on this side. If you have it split, then the captive side reads what's on nav 1, the first officer's eye reads what's on navs too. If we do end up going missed, what I will do very easily is just switch this over from the left to where we're, left. In either of these two positions, my side will show what's on nav 1. So if we do end up going missed, instead of having to navigate off of this side, I can just very easily come up, flip that knob there, and then the missed approach guidance is right here. Of course, the missed approach guidance should also be in the FMC. This is all the radio nav stuff is just a backup.
And yeah, it's 301 Mach 0.78.
The final approach course, because it's an ILS, the final approach course does need to be flown with conventional radio-based navigation. But once we go back to the missed approach, we can do that either way. But having it tuned in over here, we can just flip it to that. And then if we do go missed, what's the altitude? Straight to 10. Oh, that's just, yeah. Yeah, 10,000 is the missed approach altitude. If this is our landing runway, it's going to be a right-hand turnoff if we make it down, a straight, and then general left to 10 if we go missed. Minimums on this, 55, 54, 200 above ground level. Because we're going to tune a radio altimeter, but because the terrain is so variable, we don't know that the terrain elevation at the missed approach point might be very different than the terrain elevation at the runway. So I'm going to buffer that by about 150. We're going to set the alerter to 350. And we'll know that it should go off before we get to 55, 54. I'm just going to call it 5,600. Just for round figures. 5,600 would be the minimum. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too much visibility issue. 10 statute miles scattered at 7,000. Well, that's generally 7,000 above ground level. So we shouldn't have any issues with cloud cover.
JustFlight 1094 Mach 178.
Alright, so what did I say? We're going to set it to 350. I forget. Oh, here it is. I'm thinking of the Learjet, and the Learjet is like right over here. This aircraft is right there.
WestJet 604. Thank you.
Okay. So we're set up for 3-4 right, but we know we can get switched.
WestJet 1570, something like that.
Need a liquid recycling brake, but we'll take that at our intermission. What's our... We expect to be on the block at 9:20, which is 55 minutes from now. And that's assuming we don't get any kind of vectoring for holds here. I mean, we got a ton of traffic coming in. Ton of traffic coming in, so it is definitely not impossible that we might get zigzagged around. See, we got this guy coming in ahead of us, this guy coming in ahead of us, and then we might get zigzagged a little bit to make sure we stay behind them, although we're lower and slower than they are. So hopefully they will leave us alone, because they're going to naturally build up spacing ahead of us. The fact that we're at 27,000 and Mach 7.2 is going to put us behind them. Matter of fact, airspeed has slipped just a little tiny bit. I'm going to bump this up by 10 degrees, back up to 720. Let's see, the icing warning has gone off. Let's see if we can shut off the anti-icing. Of course, that anti-icing system being on is possibly what contributed to our speed bleeding down a little bit. So with the anti-icing systems back off now, we should see maybe that'll recover. Yeah, we can see that ground speed's ticking up ever so slightly.
Left heading 060, gaslight 8. United 1604, turn right, heading 130. 130, and I think 604. 1604, just gonna make myself 3, man, is that?
That's your next minute, this is one.
All right. Well, we'll see how this goes. Denver's got tons of traffic coming in, but they are one of the few airports in the nation that can run 3 simultaneous runways worth of arrivals.
Denver 12832.
Oh, we got the raid coming over from Woolies. Woolies, thank you very much for the support of the channel. We appreciate the raid. Everybody coming over from the Woolies channel, welcome. This is a channel that we call Slant Alpha Adventures, flight simulation channel. Now, Slant Alpha refers to that old school style of radio-based analog navigation in aircraft systems. We are actually Slant Golf today. So we got the UNS-1, a primitive flight management system in this very vintage regional airliner, the BAe-146 by a developer called JustFlight. Flying in that nice vintage livery Continental Express. So yeah, even though we're not Slant Alpha, we're not doing that old school navigation style. We're still trying to do some stuff old school. I guess we can do the we can cancel the cabin crawl there. And I've got that icing warning back again, so let's just pop all the anti-icing systems back on, and then we'll bump the engine temps up another 10 degrees just to make sure we don't lose any speed because of that. So yeah, we're on the VATSIM network doing a little fly-in for a Friday night operations event, FNO event, hosted by the Denver ARTCC. So a couple hundred pilots all trying to fly into Denver International Airport all at the same time, and we're just greening them back here. So yeah, we expect we might get zigzagged a little bit for holding. We are slightly lower and slower than most of these other guys, so that might work to our advantage in the fact that we might be cleared on in, just because by virtue of the fact that spacing is going to build up ahead of us anyway. But yeah, we will see what happens when we get down into this Charlie Foxtrot. Expecting a fun, nice event coming in from Twin Falls, Idaho. We're going to stop over in Denver, and then our second leg is headed out to Lincoln, Nebraska. We're doing a couple slightly fictional regional airline hops into and then back out of Denver International. Yeah, I gotta love that BAe-146. It's a beautiful, nicely modeled, pretty systems, pretty comprehensive systems aircraft from JustFlight, specializing kind of in a little bit more of a vintage look and vintage feel to their aircraft. They like a little bit of that old school stuff, so they're kind of right up my alley. So yeah, even though we're not flying this true Slant Alpha anymore, we do have the UNS-1, but that's a nice primitive kind of compromise between that old school style of analog navigation. Gives you just a little bit of that RNAV capability, but still a very, very vintage primitive feel to it. So it's a nice compromise. You know, we don't do a lot of Slant Alpha flying on the Slant Alpha channel anymore. The A2A Simulations Piper Comanche is the only one of the 4, now 5, that we do fly truly Slant Alpha anymore.
Direct camper, Mach 0.76, gaslight 7.
But yeah, still a little bit of a compromise in terms of us flying, you know, kind of a more of a vintage feel here. So Dusty saying hi. Wooly said we had a nice time at the 247D. Ooh, I love that one. I haven't flown that one in ages. You know, I kind of stick to one of each genre at a time. So we went from the 247D, and then we were flying the Duckworks mod of the DC-3 for a little bit, and then when PMDG DC-6 came out for Flight Sim 2020, we stepped up into that. We've just gotten word over the last couple of days that is now Flight Sim 2024 capable and supported. So starting on Wednesday, we're bringing that one back around to the stream. We haven't flown it in quite a number of months. But the 247D is fun, and man, you talk about energy management. You know, with no flaps in that aircraft, you got to do all of the energy management, really with gear and with pitch attitude. So kind of a little bit more old school pure stick and rudder flying, right? You're not supposed to go yanking power around in those big radials. You're not supposed to be yanking power up and down in those like you're kind of used to in your big jet airliners. So to really manage that thing properly, it's about planning ahead for your speed changes, you know, making a power adjustment, but then leaving it alone and let the speed and the energy bleed off. Use the gear to slow you down when you need to, but really it's you know, it's all about old school stick and rudder flying. That one, a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun streams in that one. We did what we called island cruise excursions in that aircraft, where we would load up 10 or 12 people from a cruise ship and we would do a little tour around the island. We did that in a bunch of different places. It was a fun one. But yeah, man, if you're into that, yeah, you're on the right channel in terms of liking that kind of old school vintage style of flying. Like I said, this is a nice compromise. Our jet, RNAV capable, but still a very, very old school feel to it. How are we on our top of descent? Still probably got a ways. Yeah, 114 miles. Nice gentle descent planned on this Flatty 5 arrival into Denver. And on the Flatty, we know we're kind of taking this fork down to the south to end at the point Hymon, but we don't really know which of these runways we're going to be assigned. I've got 3-4 left. I'm sorry, I got 3-4 right programmed in. But we know that there's 3 arrival runways that they're using, and we very well might have to end up on the center one. You kind of figure coming from the west, you'll get the westmost arrival runway. But that is not always the case when they're running triplicate. You know, our stream might end up going over top and flying into that center one. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, 1604 left.
Well, you know, we might end up on the left downwind, whereas these guys coming in from the south might end up on the center runway. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get there. You know, but again, we're not going to ask them, oh, is it okay if we switch? Because we already programmed our FMC, so can we switch, please? No. You go to an event this busy, you do what they ask you to do. You don't beg them to accommodate your needs. They're plenty busy to, you know, a little too busy to be getting everybody their preferences. Go along with what they ask you to do.
Southwest 1553 with me.
We should be getting handover to Denver Center.
Denver 120.47.
2847, Skywest 5514. What did I just tell you?
Center, good evening. Southwest 1441, Adam 340 for 320.
Like we should be getting the handoff any second now. As I was saying it, he was giving it to me. Oh, we got ice detection again. I mean, I feel like we ought to just leave this stuff on. Denver Center, Skywest 5514, it's 270.
Skywest 5514, Denver Center. Hello, Salt Lake, send you to the wrong guy. Contact Denver Center on 128.32.
I'm sorry, 28 which now?
128.32, Salt Lake, send you to the wrong guy.
No worries, 2832, Skywest 5514. Yeah, I caught that part, but I didn't catch the tail end of the frequency. Okay, ice detection light went out, but we're going to leave the anti-icing on, because it seems like as soon as we turn off the anti-icing, it just comes right back again, so we'll just leave it on. I guess, obviously, we are in a little bit of visible moisture here, so I feel like the outside air temp should be low enough that icing shouldn't be a concern. I mean, we're below, we're like negative 25. That's normally too cold for icing to be an issue, but, yeah, whatever. Should we take that as a no? Skywest 5514 on here, flight level 270.
Skywest 5514, Denver Center, hello.
Hello. Hello there.
But your flight 3406 to send via the flight 5 arrival to landing north. Just send via flight 5 landing north, and you got to spin a transition for center flight 3406. But your flight 3406, that's give me your best roll, please.
Just like 30, 406.
Yeah, you shouldn't really have to ask that. Speeds are published on the arrival. So we're going to plan to follow the published speeds unless we hear otherwise. Now, we haven't been given that descent via, but this is the same arrival that we're on. Yeah, so 270 there, 250 there, and then 250 all the way down here to get the high line at 210. So yeah, speeds are published on the arrival. I'm going to go ahead and the text description is not really giving any further information that we don't already have. Guys that are new to the channel, if you're just starting to save up those Twitch channel points, we have a side activity running on the channel that we run pretty much every stream. It's known as Slant Artwork Adventure. Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project. We feed an image description into ChatGPT. We have it generate an image. It ends up being the thumbnail when we upload this stream to YouTube later. It ends up being the thumbnail image. So we try to keep it relatively relevant to whatever's happening on the stream that night. Figured since we're coming into Denver International Airport, we would have a selfie of me standing out by the Lucifer statue out at the airport. We've already had one request to modify. What happens now is we cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then that puts you in line to add to this image or modify it somehow. You know, just not a paragraph's worth, but a few words or a simple sentence. So we added, we had me mugging by the Lucifer statue, and now we've got a couple of men in black shoving an alien into one of the shuttle buses there. But if you want to add to that image or modify that image in any way, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once I notice that you've done that, I'll give you a shout if I'm not too busy in the aircraft at that moment. Then we'll take your suggestion to add to that image or modify it somehow. And we, like I said, we call that our Slant Artwork adventure. Alright, and our top of descent coming up in 69 miles. Nice, okay.
Denver Center South, 1911, Bowman T30.
And I had said 9:20 as a anticipated arrival time. Oh, we should probably update ourselves on that ATIS information. It was whiskey when we got it for Denver. So there's, yeah, and Denver's big enough that it's got an arrival and a departure ATIS, A and D. So make sure you're checking the arrival one when you're in that scenario there. It's not too common, but a handful of the really large airports have a separate ATIS information for arrivals and departures, and they have it cycling through different letters so that they can tell if you've accidentally gotten the wrong one. But an information X-ray 320 at 9ers the wind. So the wind's dying down, which is nice. It was really high and gusty earlier, and this is a little bit more reasonable. 2980, 34 right, 35 left, 35 right again. So we don't know which one we're going to get. We think coming in from the west, we'll get the westmost runway, but that's not a given when they're landing trips. Don't know how their airspace is configured, so we'll just take whichever runway they tell us. That's what we'll take. Again, we're not going to argue. Too many aircraft in their sector for them to be accommodating everyone's special requests. We're just going to take whatever one they give us. And it is information X-ray 2980. I am going to go ahead and set 2980 in the standby, just so we can, when we start our descent, we can just glance back down here instead of having to fumble back over to V-Pilot or fumble for the little scrap of paper in the cockpit that you wrote that down on. Just kind of use that as a reference. We're not, I mean, you know, it's going to look a little bit funky because the altimeters don't agree right now, but it's just mnemonics of the passing through 18. We'll just glance down there and we'll know that that's what it was set to. It's 500. 500. Flight 5 landing north, Sky 6514. I think that was yours. Yeah, so friend to all, right there at the bottom of the chat panel, you got the alphabet serial icon and the button next to that. Button next to that tells you how many of those points you have, and if you click on that, then you should have the option there to cash in 500. Smokestack Lightning says we got to add Tim Allen there. I will do my best on that. It's sometimes with celebrities and movie characters and TV characters, it's a little finicky sometimes.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
But
Maintain 380. We're currently Mach 78, so it's 1911.
I'll do my best.
Flight 2341, say Mach number. We're at currently 60, as we're in transition.
I'll do my best. Sometimes it's finicky about
What's your transition Mach number?
specific celebrities like that, but we'll see.
Currently, and once we get up to cruise, stay by.
Alright, so 43 miles to top of the descent. We did get our descent
Maintain Mach 75, so it's 1911.
instruction. So descend via the Flatty 5, landing north. That clears us down to 11,000. We can't descend any further than 11 yet, but we can at least put that dial in. We don't want to arm that just yet because we're not starting that descent, but we can just mark it as us having been cleared down to that 11.
United 1787 descend via the launch 4, other than ready north.
Launch 4, Mega North, so
to 11. JustFlight 8, descend via the launch 4, other than ready north.
Descend via the launch 4, landing north, JustFlight 8.
JustFlight 7, descend via the launch 4, arrival, then ready north.
Descend via the launch 3, then landing north, JustFlight 7. Block the shoulder.
JustFlight 7, then requested, descend via the launch 4, arrival, then ready north.
34 miles to top of the descent, 36 miles to the next point here. So that'll just kind of be a good countdown.
Southwest 1169,
So it did the Tim Allen one pretty well. It's working on the Elvis. Tim Allen, it put him in a Men in Black suit too. I guess I didn't really specify. It does look like him though. It didn't balk at that one. Sometimes it does. And then friend to all, we're working on yours.
That'll be your final for traffic. Flight level 360, JustFlight 2241. Southwest 1911, you can regain normal speed. Normal speed, so that's 1911.
What's the weather at Denver? So, few and then scattered and then broken. We'll call it mostly cloudy. 21 is going to be low 70s, light winds, mostly cloudy skies.
17-340, for Tier 3155.
Delta 2916, contact Center 120.57.
Order Center 120.57, that's command 15.
We've got a third Men in Black. We've got Tim Allen, like, check these mugs out, and then we got Elvis. Thank you very much. So good. No hang-ups over celebrity likenesses today. He's moved from Home Improvement to Galactic Improvement. He needs much more power. United
526 to 718 by the 320.
To 7320, United 526.
Denver Center, Delta 21, with you at 410.
Might be a Kurt Russell or an Elvis impersonator. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good likeness either way. We've gotten some weird hang-ups. And honestly, like, as long as it stays in the realm of a clear-cut parody image, it's normally fine. But once it gets the sense that, you know, it's tramping on intellectual property rights, it tends to get weird, so. But I think this is kind of so clearly a parody that it's just like it's willing to play along with whatever we want. I don't know. It's weird. It's not consistent sometimes. Some things it allows and some things it gets finicky about. So far, so good with this one, guys. Alright, 12 miles, top of descent. We're going to get the seatbelt signs on. Let's see if we can get away with shutting the anti-icing stuff off. I don't know if we will or not. We can go ahead and lower. Field elevation is 50 at 430, so we're not going to lower this all the way down now. Lower it just to there.
Denver Bridge 119.3.
19.3 from JustFlight 3406 today.
United 1604 to Sunday the long 4 end of Denver leading north.
Alright.
Still long 4 on the landing north.
5 miles from top of descent. Arm the altitude. Take it into descent, and then we're just going to sink it. Take it to 280, and then we'll capture.
Center JetBlue 8672 for level 350. JetBlue 672 or 8672 Denver Center. Hello. Denver Center. Hello, Southwest 563 flight level 200 for flight level 230.
Okay, so 280.
Apologize on the line, say call sign only. Southwest 563. Southwest 563, Denver Center. Hello, Tommy, flight level 3.
And we want to target
Flight level 380,
a pretty shallow descent rate, 800 feet a minute there. I'm going to add some throttle back in.
8672, we got a Mach 0.76 in front.
JetBlue 8672, Denver Center.
Okay, settling in nicely there. I mean, if it'll adjust as we go.
American 137, Denver Center. Hello, welcome aboard.
Okay, no icing warning yet, but we'll continue to watch that.
1787, contact Denver Bridge 119.3, we'll see you.
Contact 3, LCX 797.
Yeah, information X-ray, last we checked.
Gaslight 8 currently sitting at Mach 0.67.
X-ray.
Gaslight 8, my apologies, actually say indicator here, please. 280. Gaslight 8, ready, Gaslight 7, say indicator here, please.
300, Gaslight 7.
Gaslight 7, ready, speed, 280.
We'll reduce that speed now at Gaslight 7.
Alright, so we're 280 at Hippie. And we passed Hippie already, and now we're going to Folsom. And then at Flatty, we got to knock it down to 270.
Okay, Frontier Flight 2341, say Mach number. 0.75, Frontier Flight 2341. Southwest 1911, say Mach number.
South 1911, we're Mach 79.
Southwest 1911, right? Frontier Flight 4345, say Mach number.
.24.3 and 35.3 are the two Denver Tower frequencies.
Center 4345, rudder maintain Mach point setup.
So since we don't know which one we're going to get, I'm going to tune them both on COM 2.
0.7 knots, pitch 4345.
24.3.
128.25. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
And 35.3.
45, runway 8, clear to take over the wind 3209er.
Clear for the bus circle, kilo to the bus.
United 1565, runway 8, Denver Tower, runway 8, clear up the line, away.
Delta 21,
Oh, we don't want to be monitoring that yet.
Heavy Denver Tower.
120.57 for Delta 21.
24.3 and 30.
14 contact, Denver approach 119.3.
19.3, Sky was 55.14. Denver approach Sky was 55.14 is 233 via the Flatty 5 landing north, and we've got information X-ray on board. Flatty 5, I think that's a Flatty 3. Three. Denver approach Sky was 55.14 is 221 via the Flatty 5 arrival landing north. Got information X-ray.
That Sky was 5514.
Affirm.
Sky was 5514, Denver approach, Denver altimeter 2980. You can expect the vector's ILS 35 right approach. So you'll be going all the way down to Dog on the east side.
Okay, taking the East Fork 35 right 2980. Sky was 55.14. All right, well, we got some reprogramming and reconfiguring to do. Let's get that quickly. Let's get that. We got the anti-icing stuff back on, but let's go over to our menu. Arrivals. Runway 35 right. Oops.
Denver approach, GasLight 8 at Vessel 280.
That's number 12. Enter. Stars Flatty. Enter.
GasLight 8.
We are coming in from MJ 4. Enter. Approach ILS 35 right. 1. Enter. But I would assume it's boss. It's going to be the furthest one out. Put that in the flight plan. Alright, so our VNAV is changed to the default value, so that's fine. We're still another 80, another 80, and then I got to put in all the
Yeah, like 8, I am just waiting for the handoff here. Sorry about that.
new parameters here. Alright, it wants us descending at 1350. So we'll put a little throttle back in. Yeah, no, it's not concerned that someone will be tricked into thinking this is a new Tim Allen project, Smokestack Lightning. Yeah, no, indeed. Alright, Kenny Mostra, yeah, I got a nice buttery one there for me to beat. I gotta set up this approach now, though. Let's make sure that the points are correct. Flight plan, next. Let's go previous. Where are we now? We're going to Eldo and then Toddy. Let's make sure.
Can you hand me that GasLight 8 again?
Yes, skewed, Lecky. Askew, Lecky, Executive, She and Dog, and then Vectors, and then Boss, and then Gretzky. Okay, so all that's good. Let's go back to VNAV. We need to be descending at about 1,600 feet a minute, so I'm going to drop the
stay altimeter again for 29.
throttle out. We also need to...
Roger. Yeah, Gaslight 8, 2980 for the altimeter.
Where are we?
Gaslight 8.
We're coming up on Eldo, so we should be down at 250. I don't think I should have it. I don't think I should have it idling this low. Especially with the anti-icing stuff on. But
Denver object 901, 23.2, exclamation X3.
Option 901, Denver Center, hello, Denver altimeter 2980. You can expect the vectors ILS 35 left, or excuse me, 35. Stand by actually, 1 second.
Denver,
okay.
gas flight 7, flight level 200 for 19,000.
And it wants us shallowing that descent out to 350.
Gaslight 7, Denver approach, hello, Denver altimeter 2980. You can expect vectors ILS 34 right approach.
But we're down to 250 now. And then we'll keep the 250 until we get all the way down to the point dogs. And then we'll slow it to 210.
ILS 35 right approach.
ILS 35 right, 01.
Alright.
Approach Gaslight 7, essentially you get
110.15.
Unable to slow, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be requesting changing runways.
Center Gaslight 8, just confirming we are 35 right.
This is what
right?
they're dealing with. Don't be requesting
34 right.
special treatment. Take whatever
Gaslight
runway they give you.
34 right.
110.15.
Frontier flight 3406, reduce speed 210 knots.
210 knots.
Course is 353. If we go missed, it's 14.7 and 044 to 10,000. And a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. Minimums. We're still going to call it 5,600. And I've got it set to 350, so that should go off early for us. Alright, let's see if we can turn off anti-icing now. We're below the cloud layer. I think we're below profile here. Let's level off, make sure we're not losing any more altitude. Yeah, we're coming up on tot. Yeah, we should be at least 15,000 at tot, so we're 1,000 feet low there. We'll just keep the 14 until we get to the next waypoint, and then we'll start back down. Let's go ahead and get the APU fired up. We'll start getting power transferred back over to that. Whoops, APU's not on.
Who is that calling? You know, that's 1604. Yeah, 1604, Denver approach, Denver altimeter 280, you can expect vectors. ILS 34 right.
Domestic on right, so back to the 34 right, and 604.
Frontier flight 406, contact approach on 120.8 today.
120.8, Frontier flight 3406, good.
Okay, so after
Yeah.
after tot, then we can go down to skewed. Yeah, so now we can descend.
Frontier flight 34, Denver approach.
So it's skewed. We're 13 to 15 at 250 knots. 250 knots we're already doing. And we're coming up on 10, so we can go ahead and do landing lights, turn off lights. So let's get the PTU and AC pumps back on. Alright, and then ignition and TMS on short final. Alright, we're going to Lecky at or above 12, and we are fine there. And Hedgehog 12 to 14, which we're fine there already. (24.3) and 35.3.
Denver approach.
I don't know which one of those we're getting, but I've got both of them set up. All right, whew. Busy times.
Absolutely might have lost connection. Did Denver die? Possibly. Oh, that's a problem.
Hey, we are just working through some Wi-Fi issues here. I'm coming over and taking over the frequency, so stand by one.
Roger.
Sun Country 657 Denver, approach to Denver, altimeter 2979, expect the visual 35 right. Golf Lima Tango 8, what is your call sign?
Golf Lima Tango 8 is Gaslight 8.
Gaslight 8, right to thing.
Same for Gaslight 7 behind me.
Right.
Alright, Hedgehog at 12. Yeah, Hedgehog, we need to stay above 12. And then we're good to go down to 11 for Dog. Okay, are we past Hedgehog?
Denver approach good evening, United 301 information, Yankee descending long 4 through flight level 19.
Skyway 55. Contact Denver approach on 0.8, good day.
120.8, Skyway 5514.
United 301, Denver approach low, Denver altimeter 2979er. You can expect vectors ILS 34 right approach.
Kuwait 2979, expect vectors ILS 34 right, 2931.
Traffic, traffic. Clear of conflict.
Denver approach, Skywest 5514 is 11,800 for 11,000.
Sky 5514, Denver approach, reduce speed to 190, then descend and maintain 9,000.
Alright, speed 190, then 9,000, Skywest 5514.
Century 655, turn right heading 290. 290, country 655.
Okay, let's get that armed. All the way at idle.
479 airport, 1 o'clock, 20 miles.
I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of speed brake in to help us get down to the speed.
Yeah, 479, clear visual approach, runway 35 right, 170 knots, till 5 mile final.
Clear visual 35 right, 170 till 5, United 479.
Sun Country 655, turn right 320, join the final.
Right 320, join the final, Sun Country 655.
Sun Country 655, descend and maintain 8,000.
A little bit more, a little bit more.
Sun Country 655.
Okay, there's 190.
Frontier flight 3406, turn right 260, vector sequence.
Right 260, Frontier flight 3406.
Delta 320, turn right heading 300, vector sequence, descend and maintain 10,000.
Delta 320, turn heading 300.
Alright, since we're
maintain 10,000.
Yeah, 479, contact tower 124.3.
coming up on that last point, we're just going to go into
479, contact tower 124.3.
heading mode.
United 479, good night.
Good night.
Flip,
55 airport, 1 o'clock, 17 miles.
flip over to the radio base guidance.
Sun Country 6 airport, 1 o'clock, 17 miles.
Who's that first? Sun Country 635, you're breaking up.
Sun Country
Speed
6
check
affirmative
below
airport, 1 o'clock,
205.
20,
Select
pressure
flaps
15
empty.
miles.
Kilo by Sun Country 635.
Okay, first off the flaps.
Visual approach, runway 35 right, maintain 170 knots, till 5 mile final.
Cleared visual 35 right, Sun Country 665.
Added just a tiny touch of
406, turning 320, join the final.
Right 320, join final, Frontier flight 3406.
And object 901, 11.7, descending via 210 on the speed.
Delta 320, reduce speed to 190, then descend and maintain 8,000.
Okay, we should be down to 9,002 and 190, so let's get back on that.
Object 901, Denver approach, reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain 9,000. Object 901, Denver approach, reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain 9,000.
170, then 9,000. Object 8901.
Frontier flight 3406, airport, 1 o'clock, 17 miles.
Airport not in sight, Frontier flight 3406.
Sun Country 655, contact tower 124.3.
124.3, Sun Country 635.
Delta 320, reduce speed to 170.
Delta 320,
Lights
reduce speed to
alive,
170.
1 knot to go.
As soon as we get to 9,000.
Frontier flight 3406, verify you have the field or you don't have the field.
Okay, it kicked over into altitude hold.
Frontier flight 3406.
Yeah, don't say no field in sight.
Then maintain 8,000, advise when you have it in sight.
Because the last thing he hears you say is field in sight. the no clips out, or he doesn't hear the beginning of the transmission for whatever reason, he thinks you're reporting it in sight. It's negative contact or in sight. I often substitute looking, but that cannot be misheard as field in sight either.
Delta 320, terrain 320, join the final. Delta 320, Denver.
Delta 320 Denver, turn ahead.
Yeah, CD, exactly. You don't say no field in sight, because if he doesn't hear the no or doesn't interpret the
14, terrain 260, vector sequence, set to maintain 8,000.
268,000, Sky 6514.
2406, you have the airport in sight, public clock 1 to 2 miles.
Affirm, with JustFlight 3406.
406, clear visual approach, runway 35 right, maintain 170 knots, go 5 mile final.
17025, clear visual 35 right from JustFlight 3406.
Yeah, negative visual works also, but don't use the words field in sight if you're reporting that you don't have the field in sight.
2500.
320, reduce speed 170, direct airport, public clock 15 miles.
Delta 320, reduce speed to 170, at the field site, Delta 320.
Skywest 5514, terrain 290.
290, Skywest 6514.
Delta 320, clear visual approach, runway 35 right, maintain 170 knots, till 5 mile final.
Yeah, continue to hold short, right. Don't say continue if you don't want them to keep going. Remain short.
Delta 320, I am establishing the final.
Roger. Approach runway 35 right, 170 till 5. Delta 320, I need you to read that back.
Delta 320, say again.
Delta 3, Skywest 5514, terrain 320 is 1 final.
320, join the final. You're cutting in and out, that's the problem, sorry.
Delta 15, Crescent Delta 1256, heavy Denver approach, reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain 10,000.
170, 10,000, Delta 1256.
Delta 3, clear visual approach, runway 35 right, maintain 170 knots, till 5 mile final.
Alright. Delta 30 clear to via the approach for runway 35 right, maintain 170 until 5 mile final.
Delta 320, contact tower 124.3.
Contact tower 124.3. Delta 320.
We're a little slow.
Country 66711.3.
901, turn right, heading 260, vector sequence, then maintain 8,000.
268,000 up to 901.
Yeah, he was getting a little testy. He was getting a little testy with pilot, but I think that was the issue was more the fact that the call sign was clipping out. That was what was causing the issue.
That was 5514, airport, 1 o'clock, 15 miles.
We see it.
Sky 5514, clear visual approach, runway 35 right, maintain 170 knots, till 5 mile final.
Visual approach 35 right, 170 to final, Skywest 5514.
Isolate armed.
Sky 5514, contact tower 124.3.
24.3, Skywest 5514.
Air 4, Charlie Delta, contact ground 121.85.
121.5.
Alright guys, let's put some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment that we'll start runway service, no bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative, we'll know that you mean. Know that you mean a descent rate either way.
Runway 8, line up and wait.
Runway 8, line up and wait, 2418.
Alright, hold on a second.
Tower down back and 341, island 35 left.
Is that pilot left 341?
Affirm, 341.
Pike left 341, runway 35 left, good land, wind 207, near number 2.
You're left, good land number 2, back and 341.
Localizer captured.
Sky 5514.
Yep, 10 out for visual 35 right.
Sky 5514, runway 35
5 right, clear to land, the wind 2807, you're number 3, Denver Tower.
Number 3 and clear to land 35 right, Sky 6514.
Secure flight 3406, left one able, break Delta 320, you look like you're deviating there.
Yeah, just waiting for the glide slope to come down. The aircraft tried to descend early on me. That's why I kind of took matters into my own hands. So, gears coming out, second notch of flaps. Continuous ignition can come on. TMS
Descend.
come off.
Descend.
112.25, yeah, 586, yeah. United 2419, runway 8, clear for takeoff, the wind 2807.
Flaps 30 bucks set.
Net 24, thanks.
One more notch.
Traffic.
One more notch of flaps to go.
Papa 7, Echo Delta, secure flight 3406.
Missed approach altitude 10,000 feet.
Contact ground 121.85.
2185,
Tower up to 901, it's on the visual 35 right.
Up to 901, you're number 2, clear to land, the wind 2807.
All right.
Number 2, runway 35 right, clear to land up to 901.
Gulf Lima Tango 8, Denver Tower, you with me?
We got one more notch of flaps to go. Gears down in green. Landing flaps is holding. Continuous ignition on. The thrust management system's off. We are cleared to land. Straight and then a general right to 10,000 if we go missed. And a left-hand turn-off if we make it down successfully. Landing checks are complete. Landing flaps coming out. And let's remember, modest power reduction.
I just want to tell you
And modest flare. Let's not over-flare it.
Denver Tower, gas light 8. Gas light 8, clear to land, 35 left, 2807.
500.
35 left, clear to land, gas light 8.
See if we can get back over on center line here.
Ground 25. 85, secure flight 3406. United 2419,
Minimums.
departure
Minimums.
125. Departure United 2418, 819. Who's lost gaslight?
Clear of conflict.
Gaslight 8 is on the ground. Alright, exit left when able. You can backpack to there, it'd be
50.
wonderful if you could do it.
40.
Left when able, gaslight 8, I'm on
30.
the taxiway. When you
20.
get clear the runway, contact ground 121.85. 121.85, yep. Thank you.
10.
Runway kind of sloped up to meet us there.
Delta 1256, Denver Tower. Marking 999, Denver Tower.
Went a little long, but
Gaslight 7, Denver Tower. Skywards 5514, exit left when able, traffic on a 3-mile final.
okay, we're gonna hit the high speed here and Skywards 5514.
60 knots.
Drive like it's stolen.
That's right.
Papa 7, Echo Delta for you, 514.
I'm sorry, which ones was it?
Papa 7, Echo Delta.
Papa 7 Echo Delta Skywards 5514.
Thank you much. Gaslight 8 to 121.85.
All right, spoilers can be stowed.
Denver Tower, American
Flaps.
999, holding short on runway 8 via Mike.
Strobes off. Landing lights off. Taxi light on.
Takeoff the wind 2807.
Okay, for takeoff, American 999, thank you.
Denver Tower, gaslight 7 miles final, 35 left.
Turn off lights.
Gaslight 7, Denver Tower, runway 35 left, cleared to land, the wind 2807. Number 2. Number 2, 35 left, clear to land, roger those winds, gaslight 7. We do not have the traffic proceeding us. Roger, pilot club 341, exit left when able as soon as you can, then contact ground 121.85.
Ground 0.85, pilot club 341.
Delta 1256, Denver Tower.
Denver Tower, so Delta 1256.
Okay, Papa 7 and
Delta
then Echo
1256,
Delta.
Denver Tower, you are cleared to land, runway 35 right, the wind 2807, your number 3.
Let's make sure I got everything stowed and shut off here. Continuous ignition is the one I always forget.
Be advised, the first high speed is blocked.
Roger.
Speed rake and flaps, flight directors, landing lights, strobe lights, runway exit, continuous ignition, weather radar, transponder. Okay, we got everything.
Stand by, Skywest 5514, ground 121.85.
2185, Skywest 5514.
Sun Country 657, Denver Tower, runway 35, right, clear to land, the wind 2807, near number 3.
Clear Mike 6, park and signature.
Jet 90.
Club 341, southbound on Mike, Lima 1, the signature.
Mike Lima 1, Pelican Tree 41.
Denver ground, Skywest 5514 is Papa 7 coming up on Echo Delta. We're going Bravo 60.
Skywest 5514, thank you for the gate, Echo Delta Lima, Alpha November to parking.
Echo Delta and Lima, and then Alpha November. I think we're off of Bravo South, actually.
That's from will be on Alpha November.
Okay. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yep, Alpha November. Then Skywest 5514.
Delta 519, right turn onto Alpha Alpha. Contact Denver ramp 131.907.
Right turn Alpha Alpha then ramp 131.907. Delta 519.
479 US, will continue down all the way to the end, right turn onto Alpha Alpha 131.907. All the way to the end, right Alpha Alpha.
Okay, so we're on Echo Delta. We're going to make the left on Lima, which will be the outer parallel.
Right turn Alpha November, contact ramp 130.6. Right Alpha November 130.6, Sun Country 625.
So we're going to come in this way. It'll be the outer parallel, and then we're going Alpha North, but our gate is right here. Bravo 60. Didn't mean to come to a dead stop. Sorry to whoever's behind me. Probably Stu. Probably Stu 222.
Country 655 Avenue, they came to you off 130.6.
Alright, we were meant to be on block at 9:20, and we're just a few minutes late. That's well within margin of error for an event this size, so nice job by the controllers.
Frontier Flight 3406, roger. Just continue southbound. The last turn will be Alpha Alpha, right turn there, 131.975. Good day. 131.975 at the last right turn, Frontier Flight 3406. Good day. Okay, with 5514, let's you turn like left on Mike. Make the next right onto Charlie Sierra, then back left onto Lima.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, we'll jump back over to Lima. Skywest 514, sorry.
Southwest 1777, runway 8, taxi.
It's not on the inset. It screwed me up because it's not on the inset. There's a third parallel here. Whoops.
Southwest 1777, runway 8, taxi by Mike.
Runway 8, Mike, Southwest 1777.
Southwest 1981, Denver ground.
Ground Southwest 1981, we just vacated runway 35 left, requesting taxi on Concourse Charlie.
Southwest 1981, roger, north on Mike, left turn Charlie November.
North on Mike, left turn Charlie November, Southwest 1981.
Okay, ground Pelican Tree 41. We're going to hold here for a moment for what looks like a TBM probably needs to exit ramp. He's a little bit in the way.
Roger.
Alright, so
7 clear, 35,
Alpha November, not the next right, but the one after should be.
Aircraft calling to GA, taxi north of Mike, hold short Lima 1. Looks like we got a traffic jam in the signature ramp.
Mike, hold short Lima 1, gaslight 7.
Ground Cronus 921, we're near the end of the signature ramp. We're ready for taxi. We gave enough room for the guys to get in here if they want to enter first.
Okay, with 55,
5514, right turn Alpha November, contact Denver ramp 130.6.
All right, right on Alpha November, and was it 30.6 you said? 30.6?
Stay firm.
Got it, Skyway 5514, thanks.
Alpha 1777, contact, or correction, monitor Denver Tower 124.3.
24 Denver South 77.
Denver ground over 1256 on Papa 7 for Echo Delta. 1981, hold short of Charlie Sierra. Southwest 168, Denver ground.
Denver ground, Southwest 168, clear Mike 10, going to Charlie 47.
Southwest 168, perhaps just call for push, call sign only.
Lindbergh 1122.
Lindbergh 1122, push tail north onto Kilo, and advisor to taxi. You're expecting runway 8.
Tail north on the Kilo runway at Lindbergh 1122.
Denver ramp, Skyway 5514 is east side of Alpha November, looking for Bravo 60.
And Skyway 5514, Alpha November park today.
Alpha November into parking, Skyway 5514, thanks. Alright, entering the ramp, taxi light can come off.
For taxi.
Yeah, 39 heavy, make the left turn out to an Alpha November, hold short of
Bravo 60 will be the one right here at the beginning of the fork.
Alpha November, hold short of golf, and ground 121.15. Yeah, 39 heavy.
Yeah, 39 heavy, 121.35.
May or may not be open. Of course, that could be.
Hotel ready for taxi. Turkish 1 Juliet
That could be static traffic. That might not be actually a VATSIM player.
Right now, he'll be in front of you for Alpha November. Once he's past Alpha November, hold short of golf.
Out to the 777 on the right, Alpha November, and hold short golf. Turkish 1 Hotel. 1 Juliet, correct.
Yeah, no one there on VATSIM radar. I just pulled that up.
Once the United Triple at your tail gets out of your way, push approved straight back on the first line. Advisor to taxi.
So
runway.
I'll just take it. Does look like the second one over is open. I'll just grab that.
Boeing 777 is out of the way. We'll push back. Thanks again.
So, bad thing about having all this static traffic that I just still haven't figured out properly how to turn off. But it's fine. This looks like this will be close enough to what we wanted. Might be the correct one. Might have been that one there. Okay, so Bravo 60 would have been that one. Yeah, it would have been that one. We'll take 58.
Turkish 1 Juliet, just please confirm on Alpha November.
Close enough.
To the other side.
Who's that?
And we're 10 minutes late getting on the blocks, but I allowed for plenty of turnaround time, so we should be okay here. Still going to need an intermission out of the cockpit.
Hold short of taxiway golf.
Get all the way pulled up.
Hold short taxiway golf, Turkish 1 Juliet. Thank you.
Alright, parking brake is on. Let's run through the turnaround checklist right quick. Master warning knob can come out. Oxygen systems can come off. Engine gens 1 and 4 off. Pack number 2 off. Cutoffs. Make sure they all 4 go in, and they do. Fasten seatbelt signs off. Fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4.
United 39 heavy, monitor ground 1.35. You're still
Screen
here.
and probe heats. Nice detection switch.
Turkish 1 Juliet, monitor ground 1.35.
Beacon light.
We're on 0.35, Turkish 1 Juliet. Good night. Thank
Come
you very
over
much.
here to the tablet. We'll get the chocks set. Maybe.
And ramp.
Okay, we'll do a 5-minute deboard.
Lindbergh 1122, taxi via Kilo Bravo Sierra, hold short of taxi Lima, monitor ground
Come up top.
1.85.
We'll do the ETU and AC, hydraulic pumps off.
1122 taxi Kilo Bravo Sierra, hold short.
Down here at the bottom, we can go.
121.85. Great
Oops.
job tonight.
Thank you.
2000. Oops.
United 547, we gate 22 for push side.
Was that United
And
547?
standby.
Affirm.
United 547, straight back to the first line, expect row 25.
All right, let's. So we knew the timing is about 10 minutes late.
All right, United, that's 2 at once there, Delta 1256, what's your gate? Continue at an Alpha November.
But let's see how we are in terms of 10,335 pounds of fuel left.
Delta 1256, Alpha 41, sounds great, considering Alpha November. Alpha
Oh, a
41,
little bit light.
Alpha 41,
97.72.
All right, someone call for push, go ahead.
563 pounds short. That's not too bad.
United 621, Denver ramp, push straight.
All right, let's see how you did in terms of your predictions, guys.
Expect runway, United 621.
So it gave me a 72 out of 100. That's mostly going to be the touchdown zone, yeah. Center line, it didn't like either. Crab angle was pretty substantial as well. Vertical speed was good. G-force was okay. We floated very, very long in order to try and let that kind of sloping runway come up to us. So that's where we kind of lost most of our points there. 105 was the vertical speed at the moment the wheels touched the runway surface. So what did you guys say? 146, 165, 175, 151, 120, and 143. So 120 looking like the lowest. Let me know if I've missed any, but 120 looking like the lowest. It shall go to Regen Road Trip.
Alright, I heard someone else call for push. Who wants it?
At KDEN.
Alright, who wants
on
next?
5. What is it, the 29th? Yep, very good, okay. So you're now eligible for the drawing on June the 24th with Slant Alpha merch or gift cards to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com up for grabs. So congrats, yep, there you go, nice work. Speaking of nice work, how did my parking job end up looking? Oh, not bad. A little left of center line. Not too bad, though. We'll take it. For not having a marshaller, that's not bad at all.
Wolfare 451, Bravo 46 is going to be your gate, Alpha November Park today.
Getting out of here might be an adventure on its own. Yeah, I did plot for, I did prepare for a kind of a nice long turnaround, so we'll see how that goes, and we're going to take a quick break out of the cockpit and do a little liquid recycling, and we're going to take that from the top of the flow list here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the flight plan filed first, so they can look at that while we are taking that intermission, and maybe we'll get a pre-departure clearance.
G'day, United 301. We're just short of hotel. Request for anything close down for 41 Whiskey, as close as we can get to.
And we'll save ourselves some typing by having it repopulate in many of the fields that we're about to retype, because that's not going to change, that's not going to change, that's not going to change, none of that changes. We are Denver, off block, we are thinking top of the hour, we can do that. It'll be 27,000 again, 420 again. We are headed to Link. We are, our alternate's Homa. 0113 and 0247 left in the tanks. And that is the route. I'll show that to you. The rest of that's all the same.
Is it Alpha 17 Whiskey is what you want from here?
Let's go. KD, and Melvin's here. And KLNK.
All ball bearings nowadays.
So that's what it's going to look like. Yeah, it looks like we are still going to be contending with some weather. We might even need to get them to allow us to divert around that weather. So we'll see how that goes. But for right now, I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit, a little liquid recycling, and we'll see if we get a pre-departure clearance. If not, we'll handle the clearance when we get back, and then we'll get on with leg 2. We need the updated photo. Yeah, we definitely need to see our slant artwork adventure. So I started with me mugging by Lucifer. We then added a team of Men in Black shoving an alien into one of the Denver airport shuttle buses. Tim Allen is kind of checking out the whole scene there, and Elvis is on site as well. So if you want to add to that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then we will figure out what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Russell is Elvis, maybe he's his friend to all. Yeah, so we'll see what you'd like to do to add to it or modify that image there once you get your 500 Twitch channel points cashed in. All right, in the meantime, I am going to take that break out of the cockpit for that liquid recycling. We'll spin the view around so you guys can have some sense of the activity here. And we will be back with you for leg number 2 here in just a bit. Lots of flying left to do as we're making our way from Denver to Lincoln, Nebraska, participating in Denver Live. And man, live is an understatement. Back with more flying left to do. Sit tight, friends.
All aircraft calling, stand by. We're dealing with something here. We'll be back with you shortly. Just, if you're at the spot, hold position. If you're at the spot trying to leave, contact or monitor ground. Thank you for your patience. All right, so if you were at a gate waiting to push, stand by, I'll get to you. If you are if you're pushed, you're ready to taxi, go ahead.
United 621 requesting taxi.
United 621, make the right turn for joint Bravo Sierra, hold short of Lima.
Okay, right turn Bravo Sierra, hold short of Lima, United 621.
United 547 with that. All right, it was United 547. Paper. United 947, give way to the company A319 at your nose. Once he passes to Alpha November, hold short of Golf.
Alpha November, shut up Golf, United 547, A319.
Aircraft at gate, please stand by for push. We're still dealing with something here. I'm trying to get guys moving here as fast as I can. Stand by. Alright, let's go real slow here. I know there's a lot of guys who want to push. Let's do this. If you are at the west end of Bravo Sierra, the west end of Bravo Sierra, west of the tower, or if you are ready to push, go ahead. Alright, no one there. How about the east side of Bravo?
Try to go for United 547.
United 547, monitor ground 11.35 via breakdown at 621, monitor ground 11.85 via 11.85, United 621. Alright, west side of Alpha, do you want to push?
Denver ramp, Delta 6767 heavy at Alpha 27, ready for pushback start.
Delta 6767, Denver ramp, push straight back to the first line, expect runway. 34 left.
Expect runway 34 left, push straight back, Delta 6767.
United 658 got your push request, push straight back to the first line, expect runway. I'll have it for you in just a moment. United 258, it'll be runway 25, push straight back to the first line.
Denver ramp, you said for Delta 6767, runway 34 left.
Delta 6767, yes sir, you're on the chew here.
Lufthansa 481 requesting push and start and also 25.
Lufthansa 481, push straight back to the first line, expect runway 8.
Alright, we're back with you, friends, and we filed our flight plan. We have not gotten a clearance on it yet. So first things first, let's jump back into the aircraft. And we'll start our flow list from the top, which will include grabbing IFR clearance out to Lincoln, Nebraska for leg number 2. Okie doke, so let's take the flow list from up top here. We'll go over to the tablet. Fuel is what it is. We're going to set for 2400 in the front, 2400 in the rear. 10-minute boarding, 80 passengers, and we'll go ahead and get that started. Okay, so we're on the ramp frequency of 30.6. We're going to stay there, but let's go over to our clearance delivery, 118.75. We need to get our departure ATIS information.
Good evening, FedEx 430, looking to pick up IFR to San Diego.
So we get down to the ATIS. Remember, bigger airports sometimes have an arrival ATIS and a departure ATIS.
FedEx 430, heavy.
So it's information kilo 29er 79er. Denver clearance, Skywest 5514, information kilo, IFR to Lincoln, Nebraska.
Just 5514, Denver clearance on request, standby.
Okay, so on request, we'll roll on for now. 5434 is the altimeter. We got the this is the field elevation. We got the altimeter set and reading very close to that, so that's done. We are waiting for our IFR clearance. I'm going to go ahead and start punching it in as though we're clear as filed.
Thank you for the gate cars.
So let's go into delete flight plan. We'll hit it twice.
Who's looking for A card?
I said thank you.
It's going to be the Eons 8 to Wyndham. Do we know what departure runway? Probably 8 if we're departing eastbound. So let's go menu, departure. Yeah, because what they said in the ATIS was they're departing 8, 2, 5, and 3, 4 left. So if we're headed to the east, they're probably going to launch us off at 8.
Somebody just called the unanswered. What was called that?
Sun Country 656.
So choice number 2 is runway 8. We'll hit enter. Our enter key's been a little funky lately. Oh yeah, so weird. It's like getting a weird click spot on that. Yeah, well, that was happening.
Available for you. Advise ready to copy.
Pelican 341.
Club 341, clear to the Cheyenne Airport. Denver 3 departure. Radar vectors to Gill. Golf Lima Lima. Then as filed.
Yeah, it's
maintain
8.
9,000. Expect 12,000. 10 minutes after departure. That'll be your final. Departure frequency 126.1. Squawk 5.
No transition on that, I guess.
Airport to Cheyenne by Denver 3 departure radar vectors. Gale as filed to maintain 9,000. 12,000 is the final and 10. And departure 126.1, squawking 5522.
Yeah, Jans goes to Wyndham. There's no transitions after that. Everything.
Readback is correct. It'll be runway 34 left. Call ground
230 and then expect 10.
All right, Dan, what was that ground frequency to get to Pelican 341?
Pelican 341, 121.85 for taxi.
12185, thanks, Pelican 341.
Okay.
Denver clearance, good evening, Delta.
So yeah, we'll put that in the flight plan, and we expect that it should end at Wyndham. Yeah, it does. Alright, so after Wyndham, it's just grabs, and then,
Denver clearance delivery, good evening, this is SkyWest 5134, stand Bravo 89er, requesting...
And then the LNK, BOR, and then KLNK will be the
5134 Denver clearance, on request, standby.
Destination. I'm not going to worry about approach. There's no star into Lincoln, but we're not going to worry about approaches yet. We'll figure that out when we get a little closer. Alright, so if we get cleared on something different, we'll have to come back and fix that. But for right now, I'm just going to say that we're good to go. Let's go into the nav page and make sure that we are headed to the intercept leg and enter. And then Royal after that. Okay? Perfect. Alright, there's our pre-departure clearance. Eons 8, Wyndham Drabs, link, okay, 270, 6512. Climb via SID, expect 270 after 10, 126.1, and expect runway 8. Okay. So all of that kind of as expected. Well then let's verify that if we're departing runway 8, then it is, yeah, Royal and then Shobo. We already saw that it was going to be Royal. But let's just go into the flight plan. Royal and then Shobo and then Lupton. 10 or below. Okay, so even though the top altitude on the SID is 230, I want to make sure we don't climb past 10,000 until after we pass Royal. So I'm gonna set 10,000 in the altitude capture rather than 230, just to make sure we don't blow that. An initial heading is 083, but it is a pilot nav procedure. We're not going to wait for vectors or anything. There's no expect vectors here. So 083, but we're going to start in LNAV mode and just have it take us straight to Royal because that's what the procedure says to do. Okay. All right, well, we got all that set, and we're supposed to be pushing by 10 minutes from now. We're going to be a little tight for that, but we should be close at least. Come down to the bottom. The squawk was 6512. Go ahead and put it into transponder mode. All right, on the front
patch. Looking for a clearance that was promised one that did not get one.
On the initial heading, we said was a 083. We're going to have that dialed in.
And FedEx, just 267, just a question for us. Who are we going to call on the way out of the FedEx ramp?
It'll be 131.9.
Flight directors can come on. We do want them into RNAV mode. And we do want to start it in LNAV, and we do want to arm that 10,000 foot altitude.
Sure, by the call sign, I was Southwest 31 looking for the clearance.
Alright, how long we got on the boarding? Oh, we got another 3 minutes on the boarding.
31 on request, stand by.
Alright, no idea whether they're going to have us push to the first line or the second line, so I'm going to set it up to the second line, and we'll cut it after the first line if we are instructed to. Enter. And request tug. We're not going anywhere. But we're going to get that tug set up. Alright, so we're back on 30.6.
If you're going off 2-5, we are holding that departure for now. Center's pretty overloaded. If you're on the gate, I'm going to keep you there. If you're already pushed, expect to go on the de-ice pads.
121.6. Now that's for westbound departures. So we might be okay going eastbound.
Delta 6767,
so 21.6 is departure frequency. We're going to have that set in COM 2.
Okay.
COM 1, we're going to switch back and forth while we're on the ground.
Sorry, it was Alpha November, hold short, Golf.
What else can we do while we're waiting for another minute and a third?
Hold short, Golf. And you say contact ground frequency, what now?
Yeah, not too much else we can do. Well, we can set cabin pressure. Seatbelt signs can come on even though people are still making their way in. Cabin pressure, we want to set to 27,000, which means the cabin altitude is going to end up right about 7,000 feet. It's already at 5,000 feet, so there's not too much that needs to change there. The ice detection switch can be on and guarded. So just trying to work ahead.
Alright, what was call sign on? I heard
we can get the TMS.
Oh, I got you.
TMS 720 was working for us. Temperature
34 left.
Is 23, so that's the same. Set for a.
Delta 2176, Alpha
Let's get power on and takeoff mode. And we'll set bugs for a flaps 18 departure.
Delta 2176, and Alpha 32 whiskey.
Okay, supposed to be pushing in 5 minutes, and we're in good shape.
5 more minutes. We have the west side closed for traffic volume. Just stand by. I'll get back to you here in about 5 minutes.
Okay, we got brake pressure. We can remove the chocks.
Denver ramp, this is Skywest 5134, stand Bravo 89er, requesting push to the start.
Okay.
Alright, Skywest, is that Skywest 5514?
Nope.
Nope, that's Skywest 5134.
Skywest 5134, talking to the wrong ramp, contact the 3895.
3095.
I didn't stow the spoiler to move the wrong lever up. Oh well. Let's see what else we need here. We need to set our trim, so we'll click on center of gravity. We see the wheel turn. Oxygen systems can come on.
Alright, that's fine. No, we'll talk to you anyways. Let me see here. Delta 1915 you here.
We got the bugs. Alright. And what's...
Looking for Bravo 22 if we can get it.
So 23, mid-70s.
Bravo 22, it's actually the only gate
Partly cloudy skies, light winds. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Lincoln, Nebraska. We are expecting to be pushing back here in about 4 minutes with the wheels up time at 10 after the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 13 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 27,000 feet. Weather here at the Denver International Airport is in the mid-70s with light winds and mostly cloudy skies. We don't expect too much in terms of turbulence for the departure. However, there is some adverse weather, a line of thunderstorms between here and our destination, which we may have to navigate around, and hopefully it won't be too bumpy, but we'll do our best to get around that without too much of a disruption to you. If we end up having to turn the seatbelts back on, the seatbelt lights back on at cruise, we will certainly keep you informed. But for right now, should be fairly smooth departure until we get up there, and then we'll let you know how it's looking. Thanks again for flying with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Lincoln, Nebraska. All right, got the pushback ready to go. Jump up top and get our pack off. Remaining fuel pumps can come on. And the start master can come on. Start number 4 selected. And then let's just confirm the ATIS information for departure. Denver ramp sky was 5514 off Bravo 59er information kilo. We're ready to push.
Aircraft stand by. We're going to do a shift change here. It'll be just 30 seconds.
Unacceptable. We're good. You can hear the chaos in the background there. They've got... It is their Denver Live, so they are all controlling from...
4420, hold position. You should be talking to me.
From some location.
Air Mexico, 4420.
Denver ground for Mexico 4420 is on Alpha November. We did not tell the ground controller to tell us to call you.
Yes, sir. You're coming into a controlled ramp. It's understood that you're going to contact me. Hold position for position change.
Look at it.
Country 6563, taxi to the left.
Give him another minute. Ready to push on time at least, which was nice. Kind of allowed for a little bit of a longer turnaround, just A, in case of any delays getting in, and B, just in case we had trouble getting out. We'll see what happens. Another 5 seconds though. Try another call. Not trying to be rude or insistent, but if they just switch controllers, the new controller might not know who all's waiting. Denver ramp sky was 5514 off Bravo 59er with kilo. We're ready to push.
Sky 5134 Denver ramp, pushing pilot discretion, hold for the kilo call ready, taxi.
Okay, that was sky was 5514 off Bravo 59er call. Is that same for us?
Sky 5514 Denver ramp, my apologies. Push started through, push straight back, stop the first line.
Okay, straight back to the first line. Sky was 5514.
Country 6563, taxi.
Okay. Release the parking brake. Release the hold. We're going to have to stop it at the first line. So we'll have to...
656 Denver ramp, you can taxi for now. Let's go via the purple line. And
so we'll wait for 2% in to get the fuel in, and then I'm going to have to manually manage where this pushback stops as well.
Or actually, I'll make it easier. Hold a beam speed for 777.
Okay, fuel comes in after 2%.
Looks like guy pushed, or currently on Alpha November in the center.
This is Agro Mexico 4420.
And Mexico, it's called, I don't want to get a tag on you. Can I have you turn your transponder on for me?
3176 from 10 to 1.
Okay, well, number 4 is good to go. Let's go to number 3. And start.
Alright, Mexico 4420, can I have you turn the transponder on, please?
And we'll stop here at the first dotted line.
It's on now.
I'm still not seeing it. Oh, there it is, thank you. Mexico, where are you trying to park? What gate?
Okay, 2% in.
We're going for Alpha 37, all noise off open. It's the one that's right next to us, Seabird.
Yeah, currently it's going to be a Seabird and a Delta, the flight support. Can I put you over on Alpha 27?
Alpha 27, yeah, that works.
Mexico 4420, Denver,
right, and we'll cancel
taxi, Alpha,
push
Denver,
back.
stand Alpha 27.
Stop the push back, and then we'll go ahead and close that up.
Right, Alpha 27.
Okay, number 3 is looking good.
656, give way to that, Mexico, Max 8, you can join Alpha November behind them. Hold short of a hotel.
Alright, give way to Air Mexico, Alpha November Hotel.
Okay, waiting for 2% in.
Aircraft calling for push, call sign only.
Delta 2176.
Aircraft calling completely muddled, not readable.
Delta 2176, how much time do we need to wait?
Still unreadable.
Okay, 10%, then it should surge up.
Ramp Sun Country 658, ready for taxi.
If you're going outside the Charlie gates, you want my counterpart on 130.905.
6, 7, 8, 9, 2%. Okay.
Sun Country 658, Denver, ramp Helen, security taxi.
Denver ramp, you're coming in about 3 by 5. Can you repeat?
Sun Country 658, Denver ramp Helen, security taxi.
We're ready to taxi right now, Sun Country 658.
Sun Country 658, Denver ramp, join Alpha November behind company.
Alpha November behind company, Sun Country 658.
Okay, last red light's off. Starter selector off. Start master off.
1.35.
Engine anti-icing off. Generators on. Screen and probe heats on. Packs back on.
One call ramp or correction call ground 121.35.
Okay, believe I got all that in. He said sky was 5521, I think. That's not us. Yeah, my horizon's done. Master warning knob in. Let's get parking brake off. All warnings are canceled. Go ahead and get flaps 18.
658, Denver Ram, monitor ground 121.35. We'll see.
Checking the control surfaces.
121.35, Sun Country 658.
Alright, there's an aircraft calling for push unanswered. Go ahead.
Config check passed. Alpha November, runway 8, Alpha November, and then left on Mike, it looks like. We have Skywest 5514 off Bravo 58 with Kilo. We're ready to taxi.
Aircraft call for taxi. Go ahead.
Skywest 5514 off Bravo 58 with Kilo.
Gus 5514, make the right turn, join Bravo Sierra, hold short Lima, monitor ground 121.85. See ya.
Alright, right turn, Bravo Sierra, and then ground point 85, Skywest 5514.
Delta 2176, ready for the push.
Aircraft is called for push, call final.
Delta 2176.
Delta 2176, push straight back to the first line, expect runway, I think you were 25. Yep, 25.
Lima Alpha Alpha, FedEx 4825.
FedEx 765, follow company Lima Alpha Alpha 2.
Lima Alpha Alpha 2, FedEx 765.
Alright, and then one last check, make sure it's still Kilo.
Lufthansa 486.
Lima now.
On the 486 ground.
Do we have to
Another 80.
Prior entering
Affirm, I will give you their frequency here in a moment. Break American 1691, contact Denver ramp 130.6.
130.6 for ramp, American 1691.
Contact 46, hold position.
Yeah, waiting position, we have the traffic inside.
Yeah, 201, you say, was that you calling up for Charlie 63?
Affirmative, we're on Echo Delta.
Alright, we
Yeah,
throw the
201,
taxi light off for the moment since we are
good day.
going to kind of hold short here.
Guitar 7838, Denver ground.
And ground FedEx 267, if you were waiting for us, we were told to monitor. We're Sierra Charlie short of Lima, ready to taxi to a kilo.
FedEx 267, I'll get you out here in a moment. I've got a primary coming down, Mike.
Roger.
Denver ground pilot 171 at Echo Charlie, request taxi north side Concourse A.
Pilot Club 171.
I know I can't get a word in, but eventually he's going to have to talk to me because he's going to have a traffic jam formed around me.
Left Mike.
I mean, I'll try to jump in here on the next one, but...
Pilot Club 171, you can contact the Denver ramp 130.6.
130.6, Pilot Club 171.
Denver ground Skywest 5514's east side of Bravo Sierra with Lima.
United 1206, Denver ground.
Yeah, he's got bigger fish to fry at the moment.
2806, Denver ground. United 2806, Denver ground.
Ground Lufthansa 486.
Lufthansa 486, ground.
It seems the Qatari is moving to the parallel taxiway now.
Lufthansa 486, roger, if you can get by them southbound on Mike, right turn. Or were you requesting the Alpha Gate?
Correct. Concourse Alpha, northbound side.
Roger,
Yeah, well, Wheels Up was supposed to be now, but we know it's going to be a little bit of a delay getting taxi down, so...
Lima, and do you want us to enter taxiway Alpha November?
Affirm, Lufthansa 486.
Entering Alpha November, Lufthansa 486.
Ground UPS 1372, heavy is off over Mike 35 left on Echo Alpha, parking South Cargo.
UPS 1372, roger, follow primary ahead on to Lima.
Alright, Lima to parking, follow the primary for UPS 1372 heavy.
Yeah, primary 4211, taxi to parking, Lima, Alpha 2.
Lima, Alpha.
Yeah, no,
Alpha
it's...
And,
the temptation is to kind of try to keep jumping in until you get acknowledged, but with the traffic backing up behind me, he's going to see that I'm here, he's going to move me.
UPS 1372, follow the primary, Lima, Alpha 2.
Alright, Lima, Alpha
He's going to come to a point where he has to move me, so he will call me.
United 2006, taxiway, Mike.
Guitar 7838.
Aircraft flying Denver ground, stay parking. Aircraft flying Denver ground, stay again.
United 2006, we're going to be going to gate Alpha 54.
And 2806, can you say that gate again?
Alpha 54, 2806.
And 2806, roger, make the left turn there, Alpha, contact ramp 119.47.
Alpha, 1947, 2806.
Yeah, we probably would have been waiting anyway.
Denver ground, Southwest 428, Echo Delta, we're going to Charlie 37.
Southwest 428, roger, Echo Delta, Charlie, November.
Echo Delta, Charlie, November, Southwest 428.
American 1638, Denver ground.
Pretty birdie, pretty birdie. Got Skywest 5514 at east side of Bravo Sierra with information Lima.
Skywest 5514, runway 8, taxi by Mike.
8 via Mike, Skywest 5514. Alright, there we go.
Qatar 7838.
Taxi lights back on.
Qatar 7838.
Qatar 7838, runway 8, taxi by Mike.
Taxi via right. Hey, ground Southwest 428, you want us to hold short of Mike here to Echo Delta?
Southwest 428, affirm.
428, copy.
Ground 9 train 444, short of Lima, going to the GA for.
FedEx 267, Denver ground 8, taxi by Mike.
8 via Mike, FedEx 267 heavy.
FedEx 912, follow traffic northbound on Mike for now.
We'll follow our traffic in front of us for now, FedEx 912.
Okay, I was going to go out one more, but that one more looks like it's a runway.
Signature, all right for taxi.
Who's started in line for exiting cargo?
Beyond the 2 MB-11s, it'll be Alpha Delta Bravo 122 Foxtrot.
Alpha Delta Bravo 122 Foxtrot, follow aircraft northbound on Mike.
Alright, so on the roll,
north on Mike,
brake check, brake pressure seen.
Ground Skywest 5134, short Lima.
Weather radar on. Minimum departure fuel 3,900 kilos, so that's just short of 20 per tank. Ooh, we're very close to that.
Okay, 5134, Roger, stand by.
Denver ground, American 1638 is clear, 35 left on Mike 7.
Okay, 5134, it looks like the controller puts you to the wrong side. It goes south on Lima.
I was going to say that inbound Southwest should be holding short Mike if we were cleared to go all the way up to runway 8.
130.6, Lufthansa 486, Charles.
Looks like we got a little bit of an imbalance as well, so we'll correct that imbalance once we get going. So, minimum departure fuel is 19.5 per side. 3,900 kilos.
Alright, we'll take Mike to runway 8, United 1023 Heavy.
United Heavy, hold short of Echo Delta.
Alright, we'll hold short of Echo Delta, United 1023.
So yeah, Echo Delta was behind us. He's holding short so he can get those guys across and then on the way in. Again, ground controller at a busy airport like this, their job is to figure out where the the traffic jam is and give that group priority. It's a fun ground control for a busy event's fun.
1638, runway 8, or correction, taxi parking via Mike Alpha November.
Mike Alpha November, parking American 1638.
It looks like when we get up there, we're going to be probably second in line. Doesn't look like there's. I mean, these guys I think are static.
Ground 9 train 444, short of Lima, going to general aviation parking at on Zulu.
444, stand by.
And for Skywest 5134, can we go back over to ramp now?
Yeah, it does look like we're number 2 behind the Qatari Heavy here once we get up to runway 8.
Qatar 7838, monitor Denver Tower 124.3.
Say that again for me.
Okay, with 5514, monitor CTAP, or monitor Denver Tower 124.3.
24.3 will monitor Skywest 5514.
November India Tango 444, southbound on Lima, please.
South Lima 444.
Denver ground, Southwest 1473, Mike 6, short of Mike, to parking at Charlie 42.
24.3 and then 21.6.
Southwest 1444, Denver Tower, runway 35 left.
26.1.
Number 3.
A lot of checks.
35 left, clear to land number 3, Southwest 1444.
Southwest 1444 traffic at your 12 o'clock, 5 miles, 8,700 northbound, one site.
We have that traffic site, Southwest 1444.
Alright, don't hit him.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
They normally call that maintain visual separation, but sometimes don't hit him is just all you got time to say.
2328, ground 1185. JetBlue 993, ground 1185.
185, 2.99.
United 448 on the go.
Okay, 448, you're on the go. American 1233, 35, hold short of Mike, 35 left there, ground 12185.
We'll hold short of Mike and give ground a call, American 1233, and we did have a wind shear alert on short final for the guy behind us.
Understood. United 448, climb maintain 9,000, turn right ending 065.
Alright, 065, 9,000, United 448.
Okay, 448, contact departure 1261.
520.
Tower, Southwest 2043, visual C5, right?
Person with you on short final, United 448, named the loss of 5 knots.
Roger, Southwest 2043, Denver Tower, runway
Alright,
35 right.
so transponder, cabin crew, ignition, and lights.
Clear runway 35 right, Southwest 2043.
South 2148, you with me?
Southwest 2148.
Gotcha. Southwest 1444, reduce the final bridge speed.
We're at final now, Southwest 1444.
Alright, we'll see how quickly we can get out of here. We're only about 7 minutes delayed right now, so maybe, 20 after wouldn't be bad. I mean, really, honestly, it's Friday night. I got no plans in the morning other than yard work. I'll gladly procrastinate those plans if I end up a little late tonight.
Roger, I'm still showing 3305.
Yeah, on the wind thing, it's showing 176 at 4, but then my ground speed saying 180, so I don't know what's going on there. I'm doing 150 indicated.
Got it. Delta 5592, Papa 7 Echo Delta.
Sorry, 7830, we're line up and wait on runway 8.
Delta 5592, Papa 7 Echo Delta.
Papa 7 Echo Delta for Delta 55.
Qatari 7838, heavy, runway 8, line away.
Alright,
line up and wait, runway 8.
that's the one in front of us.
Okay, 656 is the right frequency.
Let's let our cabin crew know we're number 1.
34 left is going to be 135.3.
35.3, thanks.
Have a good one.
Denver, I will be the Southern 1 Foxtrot currently 10 mile flight on runway 35 point.
Is that Delta 5592?
DA and RA. Continuous ignition. Taxi lights can come off since we're holding short here.
Lufthansa 1 Foxtrot, runway 35 right, clear to land, 3205, Denver Tower.
Lufthansa 1 Foxtrot, runway 35 right, clear to land, Lufthansa. Lufthansa 1 Foxtrot, heavy.
Delta 5592 at Echo Delta 121.85.
Echo Delta 121.85 for Delta 55.
And go ahead and cancel that.
Qatar 7838, heavy, runway 8, clear for takeoff, 3205.
Qatar 7838, clear for takeoff.
So continuous ignition's done, TA and R is done, weather radar's on. So really it's just getting the
5514, Denver Tower, runway 8, line away.
line up and wait on 8. Skywest 5514.
2433, Denver Tower, runway 35 right, clear to land, number 3205.
Alright, we're entering the runway, so strobe lights are coming on. When we get clear to go, landing lights and turn-off lights will come on.
Target 1233, ground 12185. Scope 5514, runway 8, clear for takeoff, 3205.
Runway 8, clear for takeoff, Skywest 5514.
Qatari 7838, departure 126.1.
Okay, no warnings, no vibrations. We'll go ahead and set takeoff.
Can you set a departure again for me?
A little bit of forward pressure on the yoke to hold the nose wheel.
6.1.
Steering down, nose wheel down.
Speed alive, both sides.
Okay, we get the 80 knot call. We'll release that forward pressure.
Code 1444, use caution, first side speed is blocked.
Roger that.
80 knots, cross checked.
Okay, there we go.
You got plenty of room behind you.
Okay, we got rudder control now.
Alright, we'll go up to Echo Charlie if that works for you.
Of course.
Someone set the power for 2148, so runway 35.
Alright, 21 Southwest 2043, Papa 7 Echo Delta.
Rotate.
Okay, rotate.
And Southwest 2043, Echo Delta, ground 121.85.
Okay, Echo.
Here, coming up, let's get to the max continuous. Hold the bubble speed. We took off at 54. Well, actually, we got AGL right here. So we'll just keep the bubble speed until we get 1,000 knots, 1,000 feet above ground level.
I stand by, Skywest 514, contact departure 126.1.
Alright, 26.1 Skywest 5514, we'll see you.
Plus 2148, where are you?
Roger that.
Guitar 7838.
Guitar 7838.
Alright, we are through 1,000. I'm going to lower the nose.
Radar contact.
Denver departure.
Hold
460 with you at 23,000.
vertical speed, autopilot on.
Denver departure is at from the 6767 heavy with you at 10,000.
Delta 6767, Denver departure, radar contact below. Rick Victor 3, Hotel Juliet Golf. Contact Denver approach 120.8.
Contact Denver.
We'll log up to 250. And we are via the Eons 8.
Southwest 1909, contact Denver Center 128.32.
Traffic.
Southwest 1909, contact Denver Center 128.32.
128.32.
Make sure we're direct to Royal.
Sun Country 656, Denver departure, radar contact, good evening.
And Denver departure Skywest 5514, 7,200 for via the SID.
Descend.
Descend. 14, Denver departure, radar contact, good evening.
Okay, we're direct Royal. And let's make sure we get the speed up to 10,000. And then we'll get the speed capture going. Yeah, it didn't quite fly that intercept correct to Royal, but it's got it now. Okay, we're coming up on the 250. We want to maintain in the climb.
Aircraft call sign, please. Mike Romeo Charlie 460.
Call sign Meridian 460.
Okay, we're past Royal now, so we can go to Shobo at 12.
Clear direct Centennial, or clear to Centennial via direct. Descend and maintain 11,000. And report to field in sight.
So yeah, it didn't quite get this intercept correct, but now we're Royal, and then we're past Royal, so we can go above 10, and we'll go to 12 for now. But we're now at the 250. Now post departure.
Departure Sun Country 658, passing 8,000, climbing flight level 3. Correct.
Post departure, we can go ahead and get engine air on, APU air off, APU off, and PTU and AC pump off.
Sun Country 658, Denver departure, radar contact, good evening. Delta 6767, contact.
Okay, passing through 10,000, we can get the forward-facing lights off, turn off lights off.
Denver Center at 120.5.
Do a pressurization check. Cabin altitude's already at 7. Differential pressure well within normal limits.
Denver Airspur 9901, 11,000, direct airport.
And then after Shobo, we can go on up to 230. We're not quite at Shobo yet. 3.8 miles. Then we're okay to climb past 12. As a matter of fact, at that point, we're good all the way up to 230.
Yeah, we were just giving a handoff to you, I believe, we're direct airport 11,000.
Airspur 9901, roger, there you are. Denver approach, good evening.
That is a good call, son. I'm not gonna lie, I guess.
Corporate Air, FedEx Feeder runs that call sign out of
Alright, so now we're past Shobo. We can go ahead and keep climbing all the way up to 230.
We're going to do a teardrop right into the final for 3-5, and we're going to go visual.
Ready 460, roger, cleared, visual approach 35, and cleared, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't catch if that was left or right, but you cleared the visual, and you cleared land on either one of those runways.
Alright, 3-5 right, 1 visual, ready 460, thank you.
Alright, and we got airborne, what, about 25 after? We're not too bad.
Qatari 7838, contact center 120.575, 20.575.
Wait, set up a radio for the...
Qatari 7838, contact center 120.575.
Probably the same handoff we're going to get.
0.575.
So just in case.
Paper.
It's a seal.
Skywest 5514, contact center 120.57.
Alright, 2057, Skywest 5514, we'll see.
Good evening.
Good morning, come back.
Good morning, come back.
Denver Center Skywest 5514 is 14,300 via the SID to 230. Good fixes.
Springer Lake Enjoy. Didn't think I'd be talking to you tonight, but I maintain flight level 270.
Well, surprise, here I am. Flight level 270, Skywest 5514. Good to hear your voice. Alright, ice detection. Oh, I left the continuous ignition on anyway. Whoops. But we would have turned it back on with the anti-icing measures anyway, so there we go. Coming up on coming up on 18,000. So magically at 18,000, you go from the local altimeter and 18,000 to standard altimeter and flight level 180. Those two changes go hand in hand, by the way. If you're calibrated to a local altimeter, you are not at flight level anything. Local altimeter implies an altitude in thousands and hundreds. Standard altimeter implies a flight level.
Sorry, 3838. Radar contact. Denver Center. I understand.
Yeah, well, a whole bunch of people talking at once there.
Gotcha, 656, 18.4. Haircut calling, say the call sign.
Alright, now, here's where it gets a little tricky. Get to this point, wind does look like we might have some weather. We might, I mean, it doesn't look too bad directly ahead. I'm not sure whether the...
Sorry, 7838, and that'll last fall is not you, but this one is Carry 7838, climb and maintain flight level 410.
Climb and maintain 410.
Yeah, not sure whether we've got anything on the weather radar or not, but sometimes it looks like it's got something on the screen, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know, it's tricky. But looks like we're going to be above the weather ahead, best as I can tell.
Climb and maintain flight level 370.
Doesn't look too bad, like dead ahead, up above, it doesn't look too bad, so I think we'll, and we've always said that the sim weather and real weather doesn't always line up perfectly. Like there's sometimes a delay, storm cells are not quite where the map shows them. You know, we do have real weather selected, but you know, but sometimes it's just not perfect. Outside air temp's only 10 below, so kind of coming through a little bit of moisture still, so I'm going to leave the anti-icing stuff on. Did I get everything changed over to? Yeah, I got everything changed over to the engine leads.
7838, how long do you need?
Say that again for me.
How long do you need to step away?
Like you're good. 5 minutes or 10.
Carry 7838, 5 minutes away is approved. Report when you come back.
Report when I come back to the 7838.
Alright, 21,000, so we got 6 to go. We can close the ACARS tab. Everything is working for us here.
Hello, 1830, Northeast 104, Churchill.
$1830 Denver.
It does look like we've got Mini, and we've got an approach on there, Omaha approach. So we've got decent coverage at our destination, at least for the moment. Event officially goes another half an hour. We might still be airborne slightly past that time. I think this flight was supposed to be, what, about an hour and 15, and we got airborne at maybe about 20 or 25 after. So we're probably just about an hour from touchdown now. If the event officially ends in 25 minutes, those controllers at Minneapolis Center and Omaha approach may or may not still be there. So we'll see. I'm gonna just take a gamble and shut off all the anti-icing stuff, and we'll just see. It probably will take 0 time whatsoever for the icing warning to come back on there. Well, so far so good. Guys, don't forget our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure. Just an image description that we throw into ChatGPT to have it create some sort of an image relevant to what we're doing that evening. And then once we unveil that, you guys can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, to get yourself in the running to add to or modify that image. Once you do that, once I call your name, you can let me know if, in a few words or a short, simple sentence, what you want to do to add to our slant artwork adventure or modify about our slant artwork adventure. You know, incrementally. We're not looking for, you know, massive restructuring of it, but just a small change, minor update. Add something, change the style, whatever you want to do. Our image so far, so since we were passing through Denver Live's event, was what started with me mugging in front of the Lucifer statue there at Denver Airport. We added a collection of Men in Black figures throwing an alien inside of a bus. We have Tim Allen from Home Improvement and Buzz Lightyear fame here, checking that scene out. And apparently he is from the area, so he was put in. And then we got, we got Elvis over there by the sign, checking out the scene as well. So, yeah, if you want to add to or modify this image in some way, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do to that image.
Got it, Roger. Thank you.
All right, so we're coming up on 2 to go. We're coming up on 250.
Yep, that's just a little about to call Denver to. It's a joke. I was Monday in Denver, but yeah, you can expect that.
Yeah, our weather situation up ahead. I mean, it looks like low level. We've got some big clouds there, but not any kind of towering cumulonimbus or anything like that. So.
Hey, Senator, not 112. We're going to use an icing flight over 350.
Yeah, so turn your anti-icing on. What do you want them to do about it?
Roger, do you need anything about it?
I'm going to look at my person, see if we could go maybe a lower or higher for a little bit, you know, when we could.
I didn't want to do anything higher or lower as long as it's an odd. I'll do like 330, 310, 370 work.
Alright, just coming up on 1 to go. We should hear that alert come on in just a second. Since it's not feeling too choppy, I'm going to go ahead and turn the fasten seatbelt signs off. Now, it looks like we're over top of the worst of this weather. How far away from Wyndham are we? Yeah, we're still 60 miles west of Wyndham. And it looks like the worst of the weather is right there at Wyndham, or just east of it, maybe within... within 40 miles of passing Wyndham.
United 1023 Denver Center, I've been maintained by level 35 here.
So in the next 100 miles or so, perhaps. Doesn't look too threatening, but if we think we might need to deviate north, we'll ask them.
5300 climbing 260.
Sorry, 7830, checking in with Denver Center.
Sorry, 7830, welcome back. Radar there, 463 Denver Center, climb and maintain flight level 3.
Alright, so we are leveling off. We should watch the armed altitude flip over to the held altitude. That should happen here momentarily. Yep, okay, there we are. Plane's going to level off. I'm going to leave it in climb power for just a moment because that's going to help us.
You got a ton of weather in front of you. It's about 50, 70 miles away. And just let me know if you need anything. Previous departure at flight level 290 said they were over it.
Yeah, it looks like we're over it. If that changes, I'll maybe see if we can deviate north, but for right now, we're fine.
Roger.
Sorry, 7830, could you just tell me to maintain flight level 380?
Negative, you gotta listen for your own call sign up for somebody else.
Denver Center, American 2500, 15,000 climbing.
Greetings from the flight deck, and we've got an update for you. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. We have reached our cruising altitude of 27,000 feet. We do still understand that there is some weather in front of us, but it looks for right now that we are over top of the worst of it. And if that changes, we're going to try and navigate around it, so hopefully you will have a nice smooth ride. But if that changes, we'll try and give you an update. But for now, we've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and the cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Denver nuggets. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we will give an update on the situation in Lincoln once we get a little closer there. If anything changes in the meantime, like we said, we will do our best to let you know. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Lincoln, Nebraska.
Delta 81, they can call
That's my shoes, yeah. I probably don't want to know if Denver Nuggets are like Rocky Mountain Oysters, do I? I don't know. I'm making a joke about the basketball team, to be quite honest. Denver Omelets, we already used that joke on the first leg, and it just doesn't seem like Denver's got a whole lot of well-known signature foods. And Rocky Mountain Oysters just seem like they're maybe not my style, so I don't know if I wanted to serve those, you know. I don't know if I'd serve you guys anything I wouldn't eat myself, so. Alright, let's kick the aircraft into cruise power here. 720 degrees worked well for maintenance of speed on leg number 1, so I'm going to draw the engine slightly down until those white arrows disappear, and then the magic box here is going to fine-tune all 4 engines so that they're all putting out the same power. We'll kind of wait and see how they kind of shuffle in and eventually get there. I mean, I can just visually align throttles just for aesthetics purposes, but you know, really that magic box is going to do its little wizardry, and then we're good to go. Right now, it looks like we're settled nicely into that cruise speed, so we'll kind of just keep an eye on the bubble here that's set to our airspeed indicator. We'll kind of watch the ground speed. Let's see if we see any major changes there. Alright, what else, guys? We can get rid of the airport diagram, the departure procedure. Let's go ahead and bring up the airport diagram. And then while we have a controller and an ATIS information, let's see what they're landing. If that controller's still on, great.
Leaving 197, climbing 230.
Traffic 267, Denver Center, climbing maintain, flight level 350.
Well, we'll do this trick again. We're not quite in range of Lincoln's ATIS, but we can cheat and we can, you know, if it were in this list, I could certainly double click on it and it would come right up, but it's, oh, never mind. I think it just popped up as I was saying that. But anyway, just to finish that thought, if it wasn't in the list, we could still get it, even if it wasn't in range, just by typing it out like this. KLNK_ATIS. We'll do the same exact thing as the double clicking just did. So if it's in the list, great, it's real easy. If it's not in the list, though, you can still get it if you type it out. Anyway, information whiskey. Always good when you've got whiskey on board. Altimeter 2983. And visual approach to runway 18. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So on the diagram, it looks like an east and west runway. Well, that's because I rotated it, and I shouldn't have. I should go that way. So yeah, they're landing on 18, so we'll see if maybe we've got a high ILS Zulu to 18. ILS Yankees. Because a high, that's typically like a military procedure. IVOR, TACAN, yeah, that's all military. The standard approach would be the Yankee, the ILS or low Yankee to runway 18. It might even say that in the ATIS. Let's do a visual. If they're doing a visual, that's easy. We'll use the ILS Yankee just to give ourselves the additional guidance, but then they might give us a kind of a more aggressive intercept onto it if we're running visuals rather than needing to put us on a shallow 30-degree intercept onto that. Looks like the speed's drifting up just ever so slightly, maybe. Yeah, we'll leave it. Leave it just like it is at 720. We can knock it down 10 degrees if we need to. Oh, let's see if we can balance the fuel. We're a little heavier on the right side, I guess, because the APU feeds off the left. So let's see if I can get the cross feeds going, and let's feed off just the right side for just a moment. Center tank transfer we can shut because there's nothing in the center tank. Go ahead and open the crossfeed. And what do we want to do? The right side is heavier, so we want to shut the left side pumps off.
Delta 481, are you up?
So we're still using fuel out of here, but at a lower rate, it looks like.
6767 heavy, I'm back from away.
So it looks like a 800-pound differential for right now.
Roger.
So let's let that run just like that for a little bit. We do have some ice detection. All right, well, let's turn on the anti-icing stuff again. And then we got the white light down there that reminds us that we've got an asymmetrical fuel situation running. The speed's drifting up a little bit, but we just kicked that anti-icing stuff back on. That's actually going to divert a slight amount of lead power, so that might settle the speed back down. But so at 10:47 p.m. we had about an 800-pound differential. So see if I can get it looks like we are going to be over top of the worst of the weather. Yeah, just some wispy clouds above us, but nothing real threatening looking. Is that for me?
33.4 Southwest 953.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was not for us.
677, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4. Have a good night.
That probably will be our handoff, but we're a little early for that. So we should have a few moments. I need another beverage, so I'm going to go see if I can get 5 minutes out to do that. Get ready to tune 133.4 just to be ahead of the game.
Speaker 2 in Mike, maybe you can expect more moderate occasional severe turbulence through the lines and through that about miles or so.
Alright, and then we'll see if we can get a couple minutes out here. Center Skywest 5514. We okay to step out for about 5?
Yeah, that's a brief report when you come back.
Will do, thank you. Skywest 5514. Okay, back in just a couple, friends. We'll see you. Sit tight.
Center near 3000 Golf, flight will 18220.
Clear 3511 Golf, Denver Center, climb and maintain 5 level 410.
Up to 410, 3511.
Alright, back with you, friends. Center Sky was 5514's back.
Sky was 5514, welcome back.
Well, apparently I stepped out at the perfect time and missed a raid from the Mustafa channel. Moose, thank you so kindly for the support. Hope that you had a good stream tonight. I don't know if you flew into the Denver event. We did. Had a nice time coming in. But regardless of what you're up to, hope it was a good one. Saw that you were flying the DC-6 around recently. I know, how dare I leave? Well, you know what? You need more beverage, brother. What can you do? Saw that you were flying the DC-6 around recently, and yeah, we're going to put that back into rotation as well. Probably, well, almost definitely have it slated to rejoin our rotation this coming Wednesday. So yeah, exciting stuff. Don't know if you had any issues with it. I know a couple of friends in my circle said that seems like it's back to form. So flew out to Phoenix. Great flight from Seattle to SFO in the DC-6. Going to use it for Wings Over the Med tomorrow. Nice. Okay, very good. Well, good to hear that it's working okay for you then. But you did a fly out of Denver to Phoenix. Gotcha. We did it as a stopover. We did Twin Falls, Idaho, Denver, Colorado, and now heading out to Lincoln, Nebraska. But yeah, no, so pleased to see the DC-6 back up and running in our hangar since I've migrated everything over to FlightSim 2024, and I didn't want to keep the other sim running just for that. Did have a WASM crash right at the beginning of the stream, but after the restart, no issues. So yeah, I had a crash to desktop at the beginning of my most recent stream, but it wasn't in the DC-6. But I haven't had one of those in a while. The sim, knock on wood, remains pretty stable for me. But yeah, and I expect PNDG will be on top of that stuff, so. Melvin says, I also have had some WASM issues with the DC-6. Okay, good to know. One dog joined the cockpit, another one took a look and went, nope. Mad Noob, was there one running around in the background that I didn't see? Yeah, there's three of them kind of scooting around here. We do that. Pull up the image. So this is the three. I don't know which one of the ones you saw, but oh, just because the door opened? Yeah, one of them probably slunk in there somewhere. This is Finley on the left, Mozzie on the right, and Keely's the little troublemaker there in the middle. Alright, so at 47, we had 800-pound differential.
Can you repeat that for me again?
And 55, we've got just about a just a little over a 500-pound differential.
481, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4. 133.7.
Yeah, we always leave it. Mad Noob says just looking at the door that opened just behind us. We always kind of let them roam, and Mrs. Slant finished up watching the baseball game she was watching. She headed to bed. Sometimes they'll join her. Sometimes they decide when she goes to bed to go see what Dad's up to. Sometimes they split up. They generally run as a pack, but sometimes they split up. And one will go and hang out with Mom, and one will come in here, and the other one will stay out in the living room to kind of play his own defense. I mean, they're funny. They definitely have individual personalities for sure. Anyway, all right, let's start getting that ILS to runway 18 set up. It seems pretty likely that seems pretty likely that 18 is what we're going to be using. 111.1.
5514, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4. Good night.
33.4, Sky was 5514. We'll see you. Alright, so 177 on the course.
5,000.
090, stop localizer, 12 right.
Double 321, clear for approach runway 12 right. You're following traffic on about a 7-mile final. There's going to be an additional.
Copy, clear visual approach 12 right. And
3587.
Delta 321.
When we get that handoff, if they are still on.
Minneapolis Center, Delta 6767 Heavy. We are with you at 39,000 feet. Delta 6767 Minneapolis Center, hello, radar contact.
3587. Minneapolis Center, Skywest 5514, flight level 270.
Charlie, contact tower 126.7. Charlie, who called?
Skywest 5514, 270.
Skywest 5514, Minneapolis Center, hello. Frontier flight 1292, maintain presence.
Ned was asking about the slant artwork adventure. We got me mugging in front of the Lucifer statue at Denver International Airport. Some men in black doing a containment operation into borrowing one of the Denver airport shuttles behind us. And Tim Allen apparently lives in the Denver area or is from the Denver area. So he's kind of looking on and judging that. And then we got Elvis over here at the sign. So if you want to...
321 contact tower 126.7, we'll see you.
Is that Porter? It was supposed to be Elvis, and I think someone said it might be Kurt Russell as well. But anyway. But yeah, so if you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image, if there is even more chaos that can be added to it, then you're more than welcome to. Anyway, we were back talking about the ILS to runway 18 at Omaha. I'm sorry, at Lincoln. Information X-ray now current 1308 2983. Still landing on runway 8. I'm going to set 2983 down here in the standby, even though it's going to make these look like they disagree. It's just mnemonic to remember once we start descending, that's what it was. Let's take a peek. So we've had 13 minutes of asymmetrical fuel operation running. We've still got a 400-pound differential, exactly 400-pound differential on the right-hand side. So that was 13 minutes. We're going to need to run that another 13 minutes. It was an 800-pound differential when it started. And then are we able to turn off the anti-icing stuff?
Sorry, was that your Frontier Flight 1296?
Let's see if we can do that.
Turn right in 090, step the runway 12 right, left line, and the turn airport.
Okay.
Turn to 12 right,
125 knots.
Sorry, I think I said that. 090 starter, step left right, airport to site, Frontier Flight 1296.
Frontier Flight 1292, cleared for approach.
111.1 and 177. If we go missed,
Coming out, Paul.
it's it's straight to 17 and then right to 3,000 and then back to the Lincoln 116.1 with a 185 hold course. So 116.1 and 185. We'll get that set on the right hand side.
Delta 6767, clear air.
The event officially is over.
Delta 6767, come again.
Accidentally bumped that down apparently. Fortunately we're on altitude hold, so the altitude selector didn't change our situation, but I did bump that apparently. 116.1 and what did I say? 185. Okay. So if we go missed straight to 17 and then up to 3.
658 Minneapolis Center, hello. Someone else called?
Firm off for 677, could we get a 5 minutes break from the cockpit?
Black 677, approve report back.
Blue go first, 677.
Alright, so we've got, and then if we
United 1023, check it in, follow level 350, about 75 miles to south and north of the Millback 311.
So 13.
United 1023.
United 1023, Minneapolis.
1395.
JustFlight 1293, contact tower.
It's 200 above ground level. I'm going to set it to, because 13, I'm just going to call that 1400 as our minimum.
14, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 12,000.
Pilot's discretion 12,000, Skywest 5514.
And that's Skywest 5514, it's maintain 1,000.
Okay, 1,000, Skywest 5514.
Minneapolis Center, sorry, did you say for Delta 676 to proceed straight to Eric? Yeah, Eric.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the ice detection.
Minneapolis Center,
Alright, we got a lot going on all of a sudden, guys. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Let's
northeast
go to descent and then sync.
2500
Reduce power. The lava cup checking in. Take you were above the weather. Yeah, it didn't look too bad out our window here. But when we get to 280, we'll capture the speed.
Mini Center, Delta 482, 4,700, climbing 7,000, heading 210.
Notice that I have an achievement on VATSIM radar. Yeah, it was kind of a test case, really.
Level 340.
Direct Edwin, heading up 2340.
Alright, so we started our descent. We need to do a briefing for the passengers. We got the seatbelt signs on. We got to go ahead and set the ground elevation here. 1220. So bear with me, guys. Just a lot to do all of a sudden. And we got to get our FMC loaded into 1.8. So let's go. Menu. Arrive. We're going to land on 1.8, which is entry 3. No star. Got the approach. Just the ILS Yankee 1.8. Enter. We're going to put that in from. Put that in from Husker. 1. Enter, and then into the flight plan. Now let's go to VNav. And it wants us descending at about 1600. Okay, so we can put a little bit of throttle back in and shallow that descent out.
United 827, approved. Expect the ILS runway 1 straight approach.
Expect the ILS 4 right approach, United 827.
Yeah, Lavaca says the reason I was surprised I was talking to you is because we had a different sector that I consolidated with and ended up talking to you. Yeah, I got you. It worked out. Yeah, we're briefing, so sit down, buckle up, shut up, and pray. Briefing complete, right?
What is your approximate time for leaving us?
I've got like 60 years in me, maybe. I don't know.
I'm not sure that's what he meant.
Thank you.
Nice.
Leaving us is crazy, though.
We'll let the asymmetrical fuel configuration run for just a little bit longer.
I mean, I'd hope never mind about
Let me do a quick briefing for the passengers here. Yankee is now current. 130 at 8, 10 statute miles clear. Temp 21, so low 70s. Yeah, right around 70 degrees. 2984.
With us, more like 67.
2984. And all right, guys, he's got work to do. Let's can this stupid chatter and let him give instructions.
Minneapolis Center, FedEx 267 Heavy, flight level 350.
Yeah, hang on. I'll bring the artwork over in just a second. Let me make sure that I'm all set up here. We got
5514, clear direct to Husker, direct Lincoln.
We can do either. Which one do you want?
X267, Minneapolis Center, radar contact.
X267, Heavy, roger.
Delta 2607, cleared direct body mounted Delta Delta Yankee.
Direct Delta Yankee for Delta 2607.
84.
Skywest 5514, contact Omaha approach 135.87, good day.
3587, Skywest 5514. Omaha approach Skywest 5514 is 206, descending 1000. So we got information Yankee, and we are direct Husker at this time.
Skywest 5514, Omaha approach, good evening. Descend and maintain 5,000. Maintain 210 knots or greater.
5,000, 210 knots or greater, Skywest 5514. Yeah, all right. Let's real quick show the artwork. So we figured with Denver Live being the focus event, we started with me mugging in front of Lucifer. We had a team of men in black hustling an alien into a Denver airport shuttle that they were borrowing for the operation. Tim Allen is apparently from the Denver area, so he's on looking and watching that go down. And then we got Elvis over there by the sign. So if you want to add to or modify that image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. I will do my best to get those in if you request them, but we are on the descent now, so I do kind of have my hands a little bit full. Let's do an announcement for the passengers. What was the cloud cover? Showing clear. Okay. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we have started our descent into Lincoln. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. The weather there is showing clear skies, very light winds, and right around 70 degrees. We expect to be on the ground. Right around 20 minutes. Thanks again for flying with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Lincoln, Nebraska. Alright, so I guys had a bit to do there, but I think we're all caught up now, so we are direct to the initial approach fix. Descending at about 2,000 feet per minute, which should be okay. We are on standard altimeter now. We are below the transition. Let me make sure I did that on the first officer side. I can't remember if I did that or not. No, I don't think I did. And then just to make sure that we're not running asymmetrical fuel config, even if we still got a little bit of an imbalance. Yeah, we still got about a 200-pound imbalance there. But at this point, I don't want to be running that asymmetrical fuel config and have something go wrong. So we're going to go ahead and fire those back up and shut the crossfeed off. All right, we'll keep the anti-icing stuff on as we are right around icing levels, and we're about to go through some significant visible moisture, so we'll keep all that on. And then our 8-4 across the board. Okay. Did I get pressurization set? I think I did. 1220. Pretty sure I did that step. Yeah, 1220. Okay. So seatbelt signs and pressurization. We did. Passenger announcement we did. Local altimeters. Approach frequency and course. Missed approach frequency and course. Minimums we're going to call 1400. And I believe I got the alert set to 350. So it's 150 above. what's on the chart, just to allow for a buffer in case of the difference in terrain elevation. Again, when you're setting a Cat 1 minimum with a radio altimeter, you kind of have to buffer it a little bit because there could be terrain elevation difference, and the Cat 1 chart is really not designed to account for that. So I always buffer that a little bit. The barometrically, the minimum is 1400, and that alert should go off a little before that, so we're reminded that that's coming up. So minimums we're going to call 1400. If we make it down successfully, what's the direction? We're going to land on 1-8, so it'll be a left-hand turnoff to the terminal here. And then straight to 13, right to 3,000. Hard right, straight to 13, 17 rather. Straight to 17, then hard right to 3,000 back to the VOR if we end up going missed. Alright, we're coming up on 10,000, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do two things here. We're going to get, well, first of all, we're going to get the APU started. We're going to get electrical power back over on the APU. That will allow me to slam the engines all the way to idle without undercharging our electrical system, especially with the anti-icing stuff on. You really shouldn't go below 67 with all that anti-icing stuff on.
Skywest 5514, turn 10 degrees left vectors for your descent.
Alright, 10 left for the descent, Skywest 5514. Alright, since we're getting vectors, we can pop this over into radio nav.
5514, descend and maintain 3,100. Speed your discretion now.
Alright, down to 3,100, speed our discretion, Skywest 5514. Alright, let's get the APU air. Okay, APU is also providing... Okay, that means we're going to have to turn that stuff off. APU is also providing electrical power. That means that we can go to a vertical speed hold and slam the engines down. Do idle. J.R. Delaney. Let's hit the follow button. J.R. Delaney, welcome. Good to see you. Alright, since we're about to dip below 10, I'm going to pull the speed brake out here. Get the speed down to 250. I'm also going to go ahead and get the V-speed set for a flaps 30 landing so that it's going to look like we're way faster than we intend to be, but I'm just eyeballing it off the gauge. We know we want to be at 250 here. Okay, now pitching to maintain that. And then as soon as we get down to 3,100, we'll go ahead and, instead of adding throttle back in, we will let the speed bleed off and slow it down. We're probably going to get a fairly aggressive vector on the final, guys, so why don't we go ahead and start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. So there's our ILS guidance. So yeah, number into the chat, positive or negative, no bot command necessary, just a number into the chat with or without the minus sign. We'll know that we need descent rate either way. And the closest predictor, we're getting an automatic entry into our...
55, 14, turn right, heading 090.
It's a 090, Skywest 5514. So a number into the chat, positive or negative, with or without the minus sign. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Winner will be drawn next on June the 24th. We're going to keep the descent rate going that we have now, but I'm going to get the speed back down to about 210. And then we'll pitch to maintain it. That VOR is almost exactly at the airport. The VOR is north of the airport, it looks like. But it does look like we've got about a 60-degree differential. So we should still have kind of a nice long extended base leg to get down here. Just in case, I'm going to put just a little bit of speed brake back in it. Help get that descent just a little bit more expedited. And we're right on where we want to be for the glide slope, so. RTR Instinct is also with us. Thank you very kindly for the follow. Normal show schedule guides for the brand new ones just joining us is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. It's a mix of general aviation flying, airliner flying, and VATSIM air traffic control here on the channel. So welcome to it. Full schedule is below the About tab or over on our Discord. So, oh, you're coming in behind me on the way into Omaha. Yeah, we're landing at Lincoln, so we'll break off here in just a little bit. Now a 30-degree differential, so we've only got another 1,200 feet to lose, so I think we're okay. Speed brakes are now.
5514 is 15 miles from the Lincoln Airport. Turn right, heading 150, maintain 3,100 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS Yankee, runway 18 approach.
Okay, right to 150, 3,100 till established on the localizer. Cleared ILS Yankee, runway 18 approach. Skywest 6514. And we're joining it right now.
2,500. Localizer armed. Localizer captured. Glide slope armed.
Alright, I'm going to get some throttle back in. Keep the 210 for now. Pull a little bit of throttle out because we can let the altitude, we got 400 feet we can lose here.
Autopilot disconnected.
Tell you what, I'm gonna disconnect autopilot. We'll rearm. We'll rearm that just for the flight director purpose.
Glide slope captured.
Okay, there we are. We're on glide. Go ahead and get the gear out. First off the flaps. Okay, we get the TMS system off. Continuous ignition back.
5514, runway 18, clear to land.
Clear to land 18, Skywest 5514. Alright, we're high and fast. We're at full idle. We do have gear out. We got first notch of flaps, 2 more notches of flaps to go. That will get us back on speed. I'm not worried about that. The vertical profile is coming right back in. As soon as we pitch up, speed will start to get under control, so we're okay here.
Speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
Okay, second notch of flaps coming in. I'm adding just a little bit of power because we don't want to So TMS, continuous ignition, that's all done. Cabin crew alert should happen on its own. And just about 100 more feet.
1,000.
Well below glide slope now. Speed's coming in nicely, but we're low. So we'll get a little bit of power to fix that back in. Then we'll bring the power back down as we let the nose fall and rejoin that glide slope. Okay, so we got a little low there, but I feel like we corrected it. We're visual, so the gate's probably 500 feet for the stable approach call. Still a little bit slow, but we're okay. Yeah, we're good. We're looking nice and stable here now. We do have our landing clearance. If I got the forward-facing lights all on under 10, but we'll go ahead and grab that real quick.
500. Plus 100.
We are landing.
Minimums. Minimums.
Glide slope.
Oh, we're fine. A little bit of a slope on the runway here, too. So I'm going to level it out just a little high and let the runway come up to us.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ground idle.
Alright, definitely had some crabbing going on there.
Brake pressure seen.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure we're on the center line before I put them in hard.
80 knots.
Can we make this next one?
60 knots.
Yeah, we can come back and get it.
Skywest 5514, Kilo, have a good night.
Hi, Kilo to the ramp. Skywest 5514, thanks, we'll see you. I know, the glide slope call is so funny because the PAPI lights, we were 2 white, 2 red right then. Alright, so we're going to cross over Delta, and then the terminal's the next thing over here. Okay, I see the gate. Officially across, we can go ahead and stow flaps and spoilers. Get flight directors off. Weather radar off. TA and RA off. Continuous ignition off. Let's see, did I miss anything there? Speed braking flaps. Flight directors landing. Let's see, strobes, landing lights, taxi light on. Turn off lights. Continuous ignition, did I get that off? Oh, I remembered that this time, that's good. Weather radar, transponder, I think I did the transponder. Yeah, I did. Alright, well, we'll make the next right here, and that'll be the terminal ramp. I got the follow. No, it was not the follow. It was a little bit of a cheer bit action on us. Thank you very kindly for that. I'm going to try and figure out how to... where the spaces in your username go. Kodaker's complex. That's my best guess. It's probably something obvious, and the space goes somewhere else, and it's like staring me right in the face. I definitely got the word complex on the end. I'm not sure what the first part is, but I'm going to go Kodaker's complex. I've probably butchered it horribly. Username, Twitch usernames, and Hawaiian and Alaskan place names, or any Native American-based place names. I'm notorious for that, so I apologize. I'm sure I've just made you my latest victim, and I do apologize for that. But I do very kindly appreciate the cheer bits, guys. It's the continued financial support of the channel in terms of the cheer bits and the subscriptions and the gift subs and the donations. I don't do this for a living or even as a side hustle. The money that comes in really comes right back to you in terms of the giveaways and such that we do. We've got our landing rate raffle that we'll do. We just did on May 24th. We're going to do the next one on June 24th. We'll figure out who our next entrant is here in just a moment. Got all kinds of other giveaways that we do. The other one that we're going to do at the end of June is our 8th anniversary giveaway. Taxi light can come off now that we're turned onto the ramp. Timed it up with the sunset not too badly, actually. Would have maybe set the time not quite as far back because we want the sun kind of nice and low on the horizon, but it's definitely starting to dip over. The shadows are kind of getting long there. Allie from the streets said, I just bought this with VR glasses for my PS5. Yeah, so I do this on a PC because we're on the VATSIM network, and you're not able to do that with a PS5. So we're on VATSIM. That was the voices that you were hearing in my head are actual real human controllers and other pilots on the VATSIM network. Can't do that with the PS5, but can do VR with the PC as well. I'm just not a VR person. I mean, I always am bringing stuff over onto the screen to illustrate charts and procedures and stuff, so that wouldn't work as well in VR. But yeah, I bet it's crazy. VATSIM, VATSIM. It's a network of human pilots, human virtual pilots, and human virtual air traffic controllers, all on this network together, where we fly via realistic procedures and realistic communications. Amazing. If you're into doing this realistically, if you're not flying just to kind of goof off and you really want to do this realistically, then it's an amazing community. Let's get the parking brake on. We'll get the turnaround checklist. We're done for the night, but I'm just going to get the turn checklist going just so we can start the deboarding, and then we'll do the shutdown after that. Yeah, it won't work on PS5. It's PC only. Taxi lights are off. Parking lights engaged. Let's get the master warning knob out. Let's get the oxygen systems off. Let's come up top. Let's get the pack number 2 off. Get the engine gens off. And then let's go to cut off on all 4 engines. We'll make sure that that all 4 did. Now, it is cross-platform, Allie. It is cross-platform in terms of Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 or X-Plane 11 or 12 or Prepared, which we call P3D, or even Flight Sim X. I think even Flight Sim 9 is still compatible. Flight Gear Flight Sim is compatible. So it is cross-platform, but it does require PC rather than a console. That's the only thing that won't work on VATSIM. So cross-platform, yes. Console, no. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4 off. Screen and probe heats can come off. The ice detection switch can come off, and then with that, the beacon light. Since all the engines are spooled down, we'll get that off. Let's come over here and get the chocks set. And, oh, yeah, it's just too close to the top of the screen there. Chocks are now set. Let's do a 5-minute deboarding. Up top, we can get the... Oh, I never had the AC and PTU pumps. Should have been on for landing, which I forgot to do those too, but that's okay. The hydraulic pumps are now off anyway. And then we'll jump down here Squawk 2000. And we can pop that into standby mode. Alright, so we know we waited about 15 extra minutes to get airborne in Denver just because of taxi out traffic delays. So if we're 15 minutes later than we intended to get to be getting down, we will kind of take that in stride. But let's see how close we were in terms of flight time and fuel estimates with that in mind. So we had said we were going to be down at 11:29. Well, we kind of nailed that anyway, so I guess we kind of made up some time in the air, maybe just by virtue of that very straight-in feeder leg to our approach. So you didn't have to have a lot of vectoring around to get onto that approach, so that probably saved us a little bit of time, and we were right back to where we started. And then let's see how we did. Should have just under 5,400 pounds remaining in the tank. And yep, 5441. Okay, flight time and fuel estimates working out very, very well. Let's see how we did in terms of our landing performance. So it gave me a 71 again. 71 twice in a row in terms of the score out of 100. 106 was the touchdown. We were very long again on the touchdown zone. Center line and crab, it really dinged us. Crab angle 6.3 degrees exceeds 5. Was the wind? Yeah, it's 12 knot crosswind, so that's, you know, that's pretty significant. Yeah, you can see the headwind here. Let's look at the crosswind as we come down. Yeah, the crosswind kind of surged up on us right as we got over the threshold. However, I feel like I must have been putting in, you know, sometimes with the TMS system turned off, sometimes I'm putting in asymmetrical engine power and I don't realize it. I'll probably have to watch the stream back to see if my engines... And you're supposed to turn the TMS system off on short final just to have it not interfere with your throttle inputs. But what I have found is that sometimes by virtue of doing that, I end up putting in slightly offsetting, like asymmetrical throttle inputs, and that just causes some of this really wild fluctuation. I mean, that, you know, the 8 to 9 knot crosswind is not insignificant, but I don't think it should have caused this much crab angle. I bet you if we go back and replay this, we'll see that my engine powers settings were not symmetrical. And I might just, even though the TMS is supposed to be turned off on short final, I may get back into the habit of just leaving it on until after touchdown, just to mitigate that. And that's just a matter of the hardware. My hardware is just not. You know, I'm using essentially what is two prop levers and 2 mix levers as my 4 throttles, and so they're just not all kind of exactly aligned like that. So anyway, that being what it is, it kind of dinged me on that. Otherwise, not too bad. I knew we were long, just because this aircraft just tends to float like the dickens unless you really dive for the deck at the end, and I just prefer not to do that. Plus, the runway was a bit sloped, so I was kind of aiming for the little upslope area, which isn't really reflected here. But not too bad. Overall, I sound like I'm beating myself up, but I'm always looking for ways to improve. And you know, if you got to be this picky to find ways to improve, that means you're doing pretty well. But yeah, touchdown zone and then crab angle, definitely worth scoring down. So again, touchdownfx.com is the app here. It's only good for VATSIM 2024, unfortunately. But a really neat app for kind of scoring and analyzing your landings. 106 was the number in terms of the predictions that you guys were putting into the chat. So let's see how we did with that. So we had guesses of 143, 100 from J.R. Delaney. It was looking pretty darn good there. 184, 162, 175. Yeah, it looks like J.R. Delaney just kind of materializes out of nowhere and then gets an entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Well, J.R. Delaney, congrats on the entry. June the 24th is when that drawing is going to take place. You don't need to be present to win. If your name comes out of that hat on the June 24th and you're not a part of our Discord, I'll grab you over Twitch Whispers. But if you're selected on June 24th, this is what you're up for. You got the Slant Alpha Prize Vault list. You can choose any one item off of that. branded t-shirt, branded ball cap, branded coffee mug, branded tote bag. If you happen to select any of those, I will ship to you anywhere in the world at my cost. JRDULANEY. Delaney is the name of the high school that both of my kids went to, so you think I'd be able to spell that. Let's see. KTWF-KDEN-KLNK on 5/29. All right, well, your entry's all filled out, man, and the best of luck to you, June 24th. Like I said, you don't have to be here to win. I'll contact you if you're the winner when I make that drawing. Your tapered mug is now a collector's item, them's my shoes. Yeah, we don't have the tapered ones anymore. Just only have the standard ones. So, yeah, there you go. Any of you that have a tapered Slant Alpha mug, it is now out of production. So, do with that information what you will. Anyway, so yeah, that's what you're in the running for, and we'll let you know via Twitch Whispers if you're a big winner on June the 24th. There's our final version. Yeah, no requesting the few. This is our final version of our slant artwork adventure. Guys, if you hang out here long enough, you start accumulating these Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. If you rack up 500 or more, you're more than welcome. Not anymore tonight, but next time we're here, you're more than welcome to cash in 500 of those and put yourself in the queue to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, which started tonight as just me posing near Lucifer, the statue outside of Denver International Airport. We then added the Men in Black and the shuttle bus. We then added Tim Allen overseeing that operation, and then we had to add Elvis as well. So there we go. That's our slant artwork adventure. These always just end up being the thumbnail that we use when we upload the stream to YouTube later on. So thank you to everyone who participated in that. That was lots of fun tonight. And thank you for everyone who rode along on our flights here, our regional flights, Continental Express flights, into and back out of
heading 030 vectors for your descent.
Out of Denver. Yeah, so the high school is spelled with the U, and I'm Central Maryland. It's up in Central Maryland. It is definitely spelled with the U. My dad went there. I did not go there. We didn't live in the area of
2327, turn right heading 060.
JR, yeah, sorry about that. You got tagged. We try to keep the language family friendly here. Let me see if I can get you back in. It would only be a 2-minute timeout anyway, but yeah, but there you go. Yeah, just watch the language. All good though. I slip up every now and then. It's okay if you do too. But yeah, no, the one that my dad and my kids went to is spelled the same way as what you've got there for sure. Central Maryland is where we were from. I live down on the eastern shore of Maryland now. Yeah, no, all good. No worries, sir. No worries. But anyway, but yeah, no, thanks for everybody for participation in the artwork adventure. Thanks for everybody's hanging out while we did our 2 flights, and congrats to Denver for a really cool live event. Hope that it went well. Of course, we know you had a few little internet issues. That tends to happen on those live events when you gather up, a couple dozen controllers all in one place. But you guys seemed like you did pretty well. It was a ton of traffic coming into Denver. But when you're able to run that trips configuration, man, you can handle it. So it sounded like everything went pretty well. So congrats to you guys, and great event. We got great service, and of course, talked to a lot of friendly voices along the way as well. All right, our full show schedule's down underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is our normal show schedule. We will be back on Monday, therefore, at 7 p.m. We are resuming our River Run series. We're doing a river run up the Yukon River in Alaska. We're in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche for that. And so what we do with our river run is we choose a river, and then we just navigate along it, and we stop at every charted airstrip that we can find along the way, whether it's private or public, whether it's grass or gravel or dirt or paved. We just make every single stop that we come along. So So yeah, that's our river run. Again, the A2A simulations, Piper, Comanche, and so that will be resuming on Monday. We just crossed from Canada, from Yukon Territory, into Alaska, to Eagle, Alaska, so we'll be resuming through there, headed westbound toward the Bering Sea, and so that will be our adventure on Monday. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and like I said, the full show schedule is under the About tab. We fly a mix of single-engine piston. We fly the Lear 35 from Fly Somewhere. We fly this. We fly the PMDG-737. That's the one more modern airliner that we fly. And then on Wednesday, it's the return of the PMDG DC-6, which has just been updated and released by PMDG for VATSIM 2024. So we haven't flown that since the beginning of this year. When we finally migrated from 2020 to 2024, we kind of lost our DC-6. Well, it's back, baby. And we'll be back in it on Wednesday's stream. Don't really have an itinerary for that. We're mostly going to be kind of configuring and testing on that night. So I normally do that kind of stuff off stream, but I don't have any time to do it off stream between now and then. So we'll just kick around Wednesday. I'll fiddle around with SPAD.next. We'll configure as many controls as we can, and then maybe take it for just a little bit of a short hop to test fly it. But that'll be Wednesday stream. Monday's the Comanche and the Yukon River. And again, the full show schedule under the About tab or over on our Discord server. By the way, we've also got some VATSIM tutorials. We were telling one of our new friends about the VATSIM network, and place where we fly with realistic procedures and realistic communications. If you would like to give that a try, but you haven't, and you may be too intimidated by the knowledge that you need, we've got a set of tutorials over on our YouTube channel. The link for that is on the lower left-hand side of your screen, and a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So check that out. Ask any questions that you have about any of that stuff in the comments right there on those videos, or come find us on our Discord and talk with us about it as well. We're very friendly, newbie-friendly community, so please feel free to head over our way to do that. All right, a couple things to do. First and foremost, let's finish up shutting down the aircraft. Did it get emptied? Okay, yeah, we're all emptied out there. Very good. So let's go to the shutdown list here. We got just a handful of electrical things to shut off. We got NAV1, we got DME, we got NAV2. We can come down to the center panel. COM1, COM2, ADF1, ADF2, FMC entry unit 1, FMC entry unit 2. We can come down here and turn off the yaw damper. Brake temps monitor can be turned off. And yeah, we're already in standby there. Up top, then we can go ahead and turn off the brake fans. I know they were still kind of warm, but they'll cool on their own. They were doing fine. Brake fans off. All the master avionics switches can be turned off. We got the anti-skid that we can turn off. The spoiler systems we can turn off. Logo lights, no smoking lights, cabin emergency lights. Nav lights, I guess, will shut down when we're getting ready to shut down the power for good. So we'll jump down here. Let's do the galley switch, the remaining pack, APU air, and APU. The final fuel pump can be shut off as well. Flight deck emergency lights off. Bus ties and standby inverter and generator. And the nav lights, and then the battery lights. And then we'll duck on out of here. Come over here, we can close passenger, cargo. Of course, we would close the passenger door after we left the airplane, obviously, but then we'll go ahead and leave the chocks on there. So there we are, friends. Nice little sunset view of the tower. Alright, so that was item number 1. Item number 2, J.R. Delaney says, I spent a ton of time in Baltimore at Sinai. Oh, wow, okay. So, yeah, I'm a Marylander, Central Marylander, born and bred. I grew up mostly in the suburban Baltimore area. Lived out in Harford County for a little bit as well. I went to the University of Maryland in College Park, so I went down just the road to the D.C. area for college. Then I worked at the University of Maryland for a long, long time. And then I got a job up at Johns Hopkins University Not in the medical field. I'm in the logistics kind of field. I got a job I was working in College Park, but then I was working at Johns Hopkins up in Baltimore, and now I work down on the Eastern Shore, just work in and live just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. So if you are still in the area and you ever get down this way, definitely give me a shout and hook up for a drink or something. All right, cool deal, man. But nice to make your acquaintance. Good to see you. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. And again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is the normal show schedule. All right, last but not least, who are we going to send the raid to? Well, I guess it's got to be Sim Caesar, right? After a hectic Friday night ops event, you can almost always count on Sim Caesar to be running some train sim, some Japanese train sim, and tonight is no exception. So, very nice way to kind of chill and wind down from our busy nights. So we'll send you over to Mr. Sim Caesar, and then we will be back with you on Monday, as we said, up at the Yukon River. So, well, friends, between now and then, I hope that you have a great weekend, have a great start to your next week, and then stop back and see us Monday evening in the cockpit of that A2A Simulations Piper Comanche up in Eagle, Alaska. Well, between now and then, friends, have a good time, be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures, and we'll talk to you Monday. Good night. Take care.